Okay. So I don't want to sit down yet. Alright. Da-da. Let's see. There we go. Let's see again. No problem. It's only supposed to be 40 something today, right? So, dirty one of these things. So the blue one. The blue one is over here somewhere. It's okay. Alright. That on. That's a good one. It's empty. Yeah, let's keep it back there. Two more days. That's it for today. I'm gonna change my clothes, wash up, change my clothes. It's pretty cold. I actually still think yesterday was colder. And I had to take the sweater off and carry it, which I knew was gonna happen. It was like almost immediately when I started walking, I was like too warm. I don't think I got sun today. Yesterday, unless it'll pop up after. Yesterday, it seemed like I was getting sun. All right, let me take these sneakers off. They keep playing that Breakfast at Tiffany's song. It was on yesterday and today. I think it's funny. Totally makes me think of Alex. I don't get the film, but oh yeah, that's right too. Those things. So my ankle was fine today. When I first started walking, I know because I was supposed to wear different sneakers. When I first started walking, a different part of my foot was bothering me from the sneakers, like it was too tight. And I was like, oh God, this might be a really bad walk. And then it went away. This is more of a Twitter type thing, but. See. Yeah, thank God for you, Scott. I don't know if that's your name, but that's your name on my walk. That's your name on my walk. I was just like, oh my God, thank God for you, Scott. I guess this says it came out 4 months ago. I just heard it today on my walk. And they said it was new. I mean, that is new. But yeah, it's just like, exactly. Probably people like that have no idea how much they're helping other people. Just trying to get through all this. Just so they're in London or they're in Los Angeles? Because I'm sure probably both places. People have no brains. I saw a bus that was not in service on the walk. It's called Anubis. It's like New Mexico, no bus. Yeah, it's no bus. That's what that means. No bus. It's not a joke. It means both things, no bus and Anubis coming your way. Already evident out in Roswell. People screaming at Rock Hudson, sitting next, talking to me on a bench. Like I need someone to do that for me. No. I mean, how about attacking people that are actually attacking me and not my friends? Alright, we'll do that. It's way too early to lay down again. Even though I've been up since 4:30. 4:30. I think it was 4:30. But I don't think I got up out of the bed till about 10 or 5. Because at first I'm like, I'm gonna try to go back to sleep. I couldn't go back to sleep, and then I'm like, well, I should probably wait till about 5, and then I went screw it. And got my stuff done. I actually sweated it a little bit. I don't think yesterday I did. Unless it was a different type of shirt, that might be why. But well, I don't know. Wasn't it like 10:15, 10:30? That wasn't bad. I was back at 12:12 when I walked in the door. It was 12:12. Halfway tomorrow will be the worst of 4 days. The third day is always the worst day. just because it's the third day of doing it. So you're starting to get tired. And then the fourth day is not the hardest day because you know it's the last day. So it's all a mental game. I mean, barring that you're trying to do too much for your fitness level, and or you're ill, uh, it's all a mental game. I'm sure the joggers would tell you that. I'm aware of that with jogging. It's just that's 15 minutes is 15, 20 minutes. It's enough for me. Well, it's like this too. They would probably tell you that you are more prone to injury, right? And the way that I walk, that would be a horrifying existence for me if I injured my knee and my ankle. Just at my age, I don't think it's a good idea to try to take up jogging like that. But I will do the I'll do like walking sprints. I'll do jogging in place for a little bit, but I'm not going to jog miles at a time. This is the other thing too, is I think it puts me more at danger to be doing that, and that could be part of the reason why I don't do it. At least not right now. It's just something I've noticed. People seem to get way more agitated when they realize that I'm doing jogging. And then when I was at the hotel and they realized I was doing that, I explained it. Someone actually drove their car like this, trying to yell at me from their car. In the middle of a thing, I had a goal to go from the church to the bridge on Dorchester Ave, and I actually did complete it, but it's just like, what the fuck who is this person? And it wasn't anybody I knew either. I have wicked bad eyesight, but people say my name when they know me. Yeah, it was like freaky. And then I ended up getting kicked out of the hotel too. You just go, what the fuck is your people's problem? Like, it gets spooky. Right, for some reason, they can handle the walking, even though some people do get agitated by it. But as soon as people start jogging, some people, they just. I was wondering if the people at the hotel, like, they jog or something. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what about that caused them to flip out? But yeah, it's just. Then, yeah, as weird as it sounds, I was wondering if it was that guy that was at the shelter before I went to the hotel. Judy, I think, had them come to the shelter, but she wouldn't let them inside. They were from some sort of jogging nonprofit. And the guy was like wicked weird towards me. I was like, what the hell? He was like, and then I was like, don't touch me. Oh, you don't like being touched? It was like the way he was talking. It was like a complete sex offender. And you just like, you're a nonprofit. I know you just go, you are an insane person. Yeah. It was just the whole thing. It was just weird because it was some blonde guy with spiky hair, just like that guy. And just something about it, because it was a jogging club. It's like people with dementia, yeah. But it doesn't mean he wasn't a sex offender. Even before the dementia bit, they get worse. I'm sure a lot of those people realize that they're DM'd, and I believe it makes them act worse when they're confronted with me in a fucking homeless shelter, and they've set up a non-profit for jogging. I just go, what the fuck? They're crooks, they're criminals. Why wouldn't you just have a jogging club on Facebook? Why does everything have to involve money and nonprofits and taking donations and defrauding and stuff? It's just that, to me, it's just mental insanity. All the greatest of respects due to you. Am I a nonprofit? Do I take donations? I didn't see anything at the donation bin, but I don't think I really did. I look on the way by. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to stop and get water. I'm gonna have to loop around after my walk and get water. So I'll look. Yeah, because tomorrow's Wednesday. Wasn't that when I noticed it the other 2 weeks? Yeah, and then eventually I know I've got to figure out, maybe Friday I'll start doing it. I'm just gonna have to put it in bags and start just carrying it over there. Obviously I can't carry that whole bag again. I don't want to start talking about my shopping cart. New York shop. Another day. Right. Well, there's not really much more else I can do while waiting for another species to get off of my land so I can live a life. Just even what they are doing. Yeah, you just go. From what feel like I've been told, they try to limit more and more. Some of them, not all of them, some of them, what their motivation is. They try to limit more and more and more what I can actually do, so they tell themselves that they're doing what I'm doing. It becomes really grotesque. Yes. So, anyways, the other ones, they're sort of just like deranged and they're still reacting in like animal urges and just whacked out envy. So, all in Anubis. Exactly. Because none of that should be seen as something anybody wants to do. It should be embarrassing and weird and frightening. Hey, what's your fantasy? I think I will just keep the Virgin Mother in a room and not let her talk to anyone or let her do anything. Okay. Whoa. And then we will continue to keep a world churning in spite of all over around for no given reason. That one, I think it's like both rips, but that rip after you come up from and you're at Sprouts and you just go straight, and the one right before Curry College seems way shorter. I think it's because they cut down. It might be because it's only March. They cut down all that growth right there. Well, those weeds that go into the bike path, and you have to walk out, and it's like kind of dangerous there. I don't like to cut down natural stuff, but yeah, it's like kind of dangerous. And I noticed one year, whatever that is, it'll actually make you a little bit itchy if you touch it. And even just the wind, probably. Whatever that is, I don't know if it's ragweed or what that is. I don't know what ragweed is, but it just looks like weeds, honestly. But you never know what animal or something needs that. But someone cut it all down, I think, unless it just completely dies in the wintertime. But believe it or not, Usually stuff like that makes stuff seem longer, but though it actually makes those for some reason. I was like, why does this seem so short? Anyways, this is how I do it mentally. Once you're past, when you leave the sidewalk, once you're I think it's like the first light because it's a long time and it's just completely open. Once you're past that, the rest of the walk is actually fine. Like once you're past that, it's way easier the rest of the way. Even though you're gonna go up hills, it's way easier. I think it's easier to cope with doing that than just a straight continuous rip like that. Yeah, just at the end of a walk, like the Dedham walk, just walking down Milton Street, you have to completely just get into some sort of a story or talk about something. And then all of a sudden you go, oh God, yeah. I remember when I was like way back there. It's only 1:15. So the basket has to go back in there. The basket has to go back in there. I mean, usually before I started doing this, it would be this time and I'd be going, I gotta get going. So for some reason, as soon as I was set to do this walk, I've been getting up early and leaving early. So I just do what I'm told. It's not good to fight what you're told to do. Just as an FYI, I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I gotta put my sweater back on already. It's not gonna cool off. So we got the new Green Day song, Look Mono Greens. I would have to guess that's California, but it could be. Isn't he from the UK? I'll look it up in a minute. I guess it seems kind of early to be doing that, but I'll do this part first. Yeah, I need to switch into. It's not as bad today, my ankle, so I'm adjusting to it already. It's just probably because I haven't done that walk in a while. And I probably have to walk way faster to get through it, as opposed to just going up to 138 back, in case you're wondering. I don't really want this on top of my shoes. I had that box over there. I should probably put it back. I love those shoes. I'll have to conjure up another time I can wear them. All right. I got that stuff out, so I don't need anything else in here. I'll sit for a while, I think. I think it's a little bit. We'll see how this works out. My ankle. I don't even like sitting. Yeah, this doesn't have to. I don't even like sitting that long. Yeah, maybe I'll just put this down. Da-da-da-da. I'm better off reclining than sitting, but I can sit for a little bit. I don't really want to lay down yet. for nausea now. So tomorrow we just walk, and then and then Thursday will be arms again. I notice like it's really it's really not like taking up that much time to do the arms before the walk. Yeah. So maybe Thursday, if I'm up at a decent time, I'll just do them that early and get it over with. You got to kickstart the thing. When I first got here in 2022, I don't even know how often I was doing that, but probably like every day. With I don't know, I probably took a day or two off, but yeah, it was like I'm not having any of that now, so my whole fitness or whatever must be different, even though it's only the second day, but it might have taken longer than 2 days. It was like completely like I broke my rear end. And then I found out about that piriformis thing. It's like a pinched nerve or something, I think. And there's like a muscle inside there. It's not like your regular, there's stretches and stuff to release it. Is that what it is? It's a pinched nerve, yeah. But there would be times, and that's when I first was on this bed. That's why I put the thing on the floor to sleep on it. Because I need like either a box spring or a mattress underneath that thing, or like even a piece of plywood because it's like a rack. Um, so I don't really find that to be funny. I don't even know if it was intended to be funny, but you just go, why am I sleeping on a rack? So, anyways, that's wicked bad for your spine, by the way. So I don't know if that contributed to it, but it could have just been from going up that hill like that, like just over and over and over and over again. I had done it before, but I don't think I was doing it frequently like that. So, anyways, um, all of it was probably a pinch nerve. All of a sudden, and I was doing like the piriformis stretches that they're on YouTube. One day, it felt like electrical, sort of almost like it was like wicked painful. But then the next day, it was completely gone. So yeah, I just remember that like the day I was laying in the thing going, does that bother me? It would every time I wasn't walking, it bothered me. When I was actively would start walking, it didn't hurt, so I kept doing it. You know? Sometimes when you have like a nerve like that, it actually hurts when you're walking. Like that last thing I had, that when I went up there, God got rid of it, and it was like wicked painful. Um, so I'm grateful that it got unpinched, but that definitely was painful. That one. It was like when I was walking. I know it's probably like God's physical therapy and chiropractic. When I was walking up, it's an incline, and it sort of like starts out steeper, but it's not as long as this thing. And then all of a sudden, this like I walked way closer to my knees than I typically do. Yeah, like I don't walk like that inside, right? And it just went clunk, like it was like felt like a clunk, and it was wicked painful. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to do this walk. Like I could tell, I think it hurt when I first started walking, and then that thing, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this walk. And then I could walk the rest of the way. And then I noticed after that walk that it was completely gone. It was something that was bothering me for a couple of days. So I don't, it's questionable if she has a pinched nerve or something, but it's been 3 months now. But yeah, like obviously with different levels of care, you would have like nurses on either side of her, like helping her walk to see like what the issue was, if she could actually walk or not. sure that's what they do in nursing homes and shit, just to see what was going on. Like, can you actually walk? Is it painful? Is it letting go? Like, what's actually going on? But it is what it is. She does have a history. She did this to me, and I think it was 2016 when she had the VA come into the house. She was pretending that she needed to be in a wheelchair, and she was trying to wheel it through the house and stuff. And I was like cooking her food and everything. Oh, yeah. And then when she realized that the occupational therapist was trying to point out to her mental insanity about the dining room was filled with stuff, going, whose stuff is this? And then she fired them all. She thought that she was bringing these people in to embarrass us because the house was dirty when it was all her stuff. People do that sometimes. Just run around, like Candy was doing, run around like the place is filthy. And you go, who has the dogs? Because I think the woman said that too. Who owns dogs? Right? It's like you literally have a person in your household that you helped her. I mean, aside from the madness of your own fucking government, that you helped her husband take her fucking children to destroy a life when it's not even legal what's going on. And then you're pointing out dog shit to her, and you didn't think anybody would ever show up here. It's almighty. It doesn't matter how much communications are shut off. That's how it works. People just do things. Sometimes they don't even know why. I know, you just go, so what's going on? Okay, so if he can't be on the porch, but I'm sitting in here. Okay, well, hopefully that business is done if she ever gets another fucking boyfriend again, because that's fucking insane. Anyways. That is gonna have some water. Let's see what's going on in the news and stuff. It's gonna be almonds and raisins again, and then tomorrow might be something different. I don't think I can eat that whole thing. I don't think I'm eating that much of the clip, but I don't know if that's 2 days worth of stuff either. I probably have to add something. I may have to, when I cook the pistachios, maybe add the rest of that. It might be, that's probably what it's gonna come down to. Because the pistachios have to be cooked because they're salted. I have to wash them a million times. I do have walnuts that are unsalted, but I'd have to basically mix them into that right now. I think I'd rather mix walnuts with pistachios or something and cook them, than mix it with the almonds, because the almonds I can eat just dry like that. Yeah, I don't usually eat walnuts like that, but I'm glad to have them. Definitely grateful when they have them there. But now other people must be eating nuts too because they're gone now. I didn't know anybody ever took that stuff, but they probably needed to supplement their protein. Or they have people go in there that weren't going there before, and they follow like kind of a similar diet. Yeah, you'll eat them if that's what you can get. Yeah, and you'll be grateful for them. It's not the food pantry's fault or problem. Just expressing the insanity in why people are having their brains melted because he looked ahead, right? So you're not going to have people that are literally kept hostage here that are starved for no reason but people's enjoyment. I mean, to believe that an all-loving God would ever allow that to go on is insane anyways. Why you would ever want to do that to a group of people or believe that you can do that here is weird. But clearly God isn't going to allow it. There's plenty of food here, right? And it's just, you don't have a shortage of unsalted nuts and flax seeds, right? It's just a profound insanity. Oh yeah, is that the firehouse over there or that Olympic pizza? I think it's maybe a combination of the two. Don't walk over there if you're on a diet of any kind. Because I don't know what that is, but it doesn't smell healthy, really. It's not Carb Week, and Olympic pizza costs money. But you could, obviously, if you have a SNAP card, you can get dough and shit. But that's on the first of the month. You got 2 more weeks to go. I don't know what's going on over there. That might be keto if they got a bunch of corned beef or something. Just that's why it's probably coming from the firehouse. I did. I ate a bunch of food yesterday. So eventually I'll make my flats again. Yeah. I haven't got someone left flaxseed at the food pantry, but it's open and I don't see a way I'm gonna eat it. I'll probably feed it to the birds though. I'm not gonna throw it away. Because birds and mice will eat them. I'll just deposit it somewhere outside. Just in case, but I'll get I thought about washing it and I just went, I'm not even gonna. I'll just get the flax. They have flaxseed at the store. It's the flaxseed meal. They want to keep trying to feed us that golden stuff. I don't want the golden stuff. And I don't have the thing to chop up flaxseed. I'm aware of. Yeah. She had a food processor at her house, and apparently someone came and took it. So that happened before we left the house. People started showing up and taking stuff out of her house. That's what she said, unless she was hiding it places and forgot. But anything's possible. People are. Does anyone know what happened to the dishes that were supposed to be left to me? No. Right? It just. I don't really want to get into it, but I mean, clearly there was like some targeted fucking shit going on. Right? It's just not worth discussing. It's not worth discussing something when there's never going to be a resolution to it. It's just clearly God watches this shit going on. I'm sure God's probably like, people, are you able to see what you're doing and how insane that is? My entire life, I was told those dishes were mine. I know you just go, wait, what happened to them? Were they thrown in a fucking dumpster? And you just go, where did these fucking dishes come from? I know, just. Anyways, people do stuff and then God explains them, apparently. I'll sit there. But. It's probably some sort of weird form of dominance, right? Like it's just some weird fucking thing where, say, I took a shit, the person would come and cover up my shit and then take their own shit on top of it. Like it's really that weird and gross. Anyways, I guess maybe I'll move over to the thing. It's just more comfortable over there when I'm like looking up stuff with the other laptop and stuff. Like if I had a recliner, I'm not really tired. No, it's just my schedule's a little bit like, usually by now it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's like, what time is it now? 1? It's not that bad. I'm a little bit sort of like schedule mixed up now. Take this one. They're still over there. They spend like the whole day over there now. I don't think they were there that long before. It's longer now, I think. I think at first they weren't there all day. Put that there for a second. Shall we continue to cool off a little bit? Some of the stuff, I suppose this stuff could happen without someone actually doing it purposely, but um, some of it seemed like things that I would try to look up, they would try to prevent me from looking up. Like that can't make any sense. Just one of the things was a quick cooling after exercise. It became important to them for that not to be true. I don't know what that is, but if you saw how many times they were doing that about anything that I do or say, it just, I don't think it's a particular thing. It's everything. So it started popping up stuff about people icing their shoulder and stuff, like after sports. That's not quick. Yeah, like I'm talking about. Oh yeah, there was people, and then there was these boards. It was like I told you. Someone a couple of years ago, they made up all these message boards where they were telling people that fat women had tighter vaginas, and you just go, these people are like online trolls. Yeah, these are like obese females or something doing this. Just completely, and they're wicked, wicked rude. I'm sure that's the first thing that God Almighty made sure stopped happening. Where you could have a 16-year-old asking a question in one of those ask things, and all of a sudden you see the responses. It was like, talk about, it goes way beyond road rage. And just though that's a literal child, 16's a literal child, but they might have a laptop, right? And you just see how gross and retarded people are, where they're going online like that. And you know that these people are fucking repulsive. Yeah, just going online to abuse people. So hopefully that was the first thing that people put a stop to. God probably sent people to those places like that, and they probably started commenting going, I'm not sure who this is, but you seem sort of like mean uh, and unknowledgeable about what you're talking about. So it could have been people like nurses and doctors that God had doing that. This is like at the beginning, because I know I used to go to like Bible message boards and stuff, not about that, but just about the Bible. So I'm sure other people, it probably would be too much for me emotionally to have to do that. I think other people probably did it. Yeah, because I remember seeing it a couple of times, and it's like I'll go insane believing that people are abusing people that are innocent and nice and meek like that. Just yeah, just anonymously on the internet, and then just being like horribly fucking rude to people. All right, so let me see the news. I guess it's only 43. It wasn't supposed to be that. I guess 44 probably was the high. They said 47. Strong gusty winds in 1 hour. Okay. You said strong gusty winds at 10 a.m. 56 tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be way warmer. And then 42. So Thursday would be kind of like today. Although today was supposed to be like 42 or 45, right? 47. So tomorrow's going to be warmer. Tonight's going to be cold. The next couple of nights are going to be cold. So it's probably still going to feel, if it's 29 tomorrow night, like Thursday morning, yeah, that means Thursday it's going to feel cold. It'll be even colder than today because 29 is colder than this morning was. So it depends on what time I leave too tomorrow. I was wondering if I was going to start going later and later after yesterday, but today was actually earlier, I think, than yesterday. No, it was a little bit later than yesterday. I'm wrong. Let me open this. This stuff is, I guess, I mean, unless you're inquiring about yourself when you die, some of this stuff is like so weird and morbid. It's weird for me that people have an interest in it. Um, I guess if no one had an interest in it, no one would be available to do hospice care for people. Um, yeah, like if they weren't like a little bit morbid, then they wouldn't want to be around dying people. I would say that that's a nice delusion that God sends people. Right. She's saying the craziest things we see on hospice is that most people start seeing dead relatives, dead loved ones, dead friends, dead pets before they die. I would say that's you're mentally altered and it's probably your brain breaking down. But I mean, that's pretty compassionate thing for God to do. Yeah. Well, if you're educating them ahead of time, then that's why it's happening. You're putting that suggested suggestion to them. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not how you research things. If you really wanted to know, you'd stop telling people when they enter hospice, right? Like you're trying to implant into their head what they're going to think when they're dying, not you're actually finding out. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad, isn't it? But I mean, clearly they're not my species. My species wouldn't be going to people like that to ask them questions, right? So, um, plus, we already know what happens when you die, and we already know that this stuff is a God sent delusion that's comforting for them. Okay. It's just, it's like a persistent denial, but it's not true for them, so it's not exactly a denial, right? 572,000 views. So that's people that they probably may have had a curiosity or they want a different truth because they know that they're bastards and they know they're damned. It's just the way of, it's just the way it goes times like this. I mean, that's the truth. You just, that's what you do when you know that you have a prophet here. You have the Virgin Mother, and you're done. They blocked you from seeing me, or you're done listening to it because you don't like the truth. So, but I mean, for your species, all I can do is speculate, right? It's you won't be in this physical form. That's all I know. But this thing about trying to make your own reality and is this here? And if you touch here, are you really touching here? And what's your sensations? That's all a teaching about uh, converting into a different form of life, which at that time, that group was aware that they couldn't cycle anymore. It's not the first group of Neanderthals to go poof. It's just a very large group of them. So yeah, like once they're told the truth, 2 5 star, they still won't stop what they're doing, and then a mass extinction. So back before they could probably always say, is there, since it's not the end of the age, it's not 2011, it's not 2012, it's not the judgment. So is there any way that we can, are you sure it's not just going to keep going until then? None of those things can be stated now. An intimacy coordinator. Answers? Michael Jackson thing was so funny last night. What's it called? I forget what it's called now. It's like Partial Lago or something. Partial Lago. I was gonna go, he probably would have donated his whole proceeds to me if he was still living when this happened to me. It dawned on me when I was on my walk, if the bikes on the expressway is because of people that won't stop driving into the bike lane. It happened today. A car, I was like right there. Like, do you realize how close you could have been to killing me right there? I'm sure you don't care. All I can do is laugh. You just go. That's why I said it's better to walk with these cars behind you. It really is. You go. You'd be more pissed, I think, if you could see them coming. Right? You just go. This is not a fucking highway. It's a double yellow line. I mean, that's really not a highway when it's double yellow line. And this is not a passing lane. It's a fucking bike path. I on the walk going, all it would take is 3 cops like those ones that I saw in the video in Florida that started actually enforcing traffic laws. Right, just that's all it would take is 3 cops on that whole fucking stretch. Just, you know how many people would lose their right to drive and have their vehicle impounded in a day? A lot. And that is not a passing lane. It's not a breakdown lane, and it's not a parking spot. It's a bike path for bicycles. They don't know how to drive, and they probably don't care. You stop when a car is stopped and it's waiting to turn. You stop behind it and fucking wait. Yes, as weird as that is, you stop and wait till that car can fucking turn because that is not a passing lane. It is not a breakdown lane. It's a fucking bike path. There was literally a pedestrian in it walking, and you still did it. That's why it's a double yellow line. Highways don't have double yellow lines. You ever notice that? And when you're allowed to pass, one line is solid and the other one is broken. That means you can pass people, not a double yellow line. It's a reservation, by the way. There isn't even supposed to be houses there. I explained it. Or a fucking road for that matter. Maybe just a bike path? That might be why they did it. Yeah, not they're trying to stop traffic, just they're not trying to bother you. Some people just ride bikes. They're fitness buffs. Right? Just like I'm not trying to bother you. I'm not trying to bother you, shame you, impress you. Like if you could get a handle of your mental illness, I'm on a walk for my own self. I feel bad if I realize there's a bike behind me going up one of those hills because it happened to me once and I was shocked because I never see anybody there. Probably for a reason because it's so fucking dangerous. It's shameful. There's a bike path on both sides of the road for a reason. It's a fucking reservation and it's hills. But I was like, oh, yeah, that dude didn't even say anything. That would be a person that would have something to say about it because that can't be easy riding a bike up that fucking hill. And I'm pretty sure it was the big one, too. You're trying to get up that hill and there's some person friggin' walking. Because if I have headphones or I'm just really talking to myself, which I'm sure I am going up that hill. Yeah. He didn't ding any bell at me. People on my mountain bikes aren't doing that shit to people, I'm sure. Okay. There was no one today. Yeah. I saw some chick riding a bike, but she was going the right direction. Wasn't that before I was even on 138? She was like full gear ready to beat your ass, you could tell. She was all like spandexed up and had a fucking yellow vest on. Like, yeah, no shit. Leave fucking females alone because any female that goes around is going to notice exactly what I noticed. Why are there no females out like jogging, rollerblading, taking a walk, walking their dog, jogging? It must be because Mary Lagore is fucking crazy and just screams at people. And not clearly at some given time, there was a problem with dudes bothering people because that's your only explanation why all you ever see is dudes walking around. Now, those dudes right now doing it may not be bothersome, right? So don't just go. Don't be like. Don't look at people like they don't have a right to take a walk. But at some time, it was probably during 2020 because I wasn't out here. There must have been an issue where women were constantly harassed until they stopped the fuck going outside. I'm not living like that. Massachusetts is not going to be turned into Saudi Arabia, folks. But that's years and years of fucking oppression. You just started this shit fucking 14 years ago. American women are not going to fucking tolerate that. Probably Karen's getting all mixed up about exactly what goes on. I don't think she knows who lives in these Arab countries either. I know you go, Karen, they have military stations all over this fucking planet, you know. And it's part of like brain disease. I think at one time they already cycled through what we are having now, and they had this huge older population, right? And then it went to younger people. Right, because they were telling us some of those countries over there are so top heavy with youth. Right, it's all, but obviously, when they age, right, then it's going to be the same issue again with the completely top heavy with old people, especially with people finally controlling their breeding. It depends on how the plagues are going overseas. They may have the same problem again. we're having here. It depends if they produced a whole bunch of neutered people. Some cultures maybe don't take too kindly to retarded people and they're raised differently, so they're not told they're smart and they like they're not smart and they're not handed all kinds of cash. I don't even know if Angela Merkel has the power to stop it. And I don't know her, all due respect, but not all females, like some females are wicked misogynists themselves. I don't know if she has a female hostage over there and then she's running around being famous and talking about Dunkins. I don't know. Pretty sure they freed their hostage in Russia in like what, a decade ago at least. Remember that? The whole Pussy Riot people, they didn't keep them in a room for 14 years. She's at the UN. She's on the TV set. She's flying to the America. Like, whoa. But where is your Mar-a-Lago? Like, still in the Russian prison? I'm trying to eat more than I thought I would. I don't understand how that's way more exercise than I was doing before. I was walking a 2 hour walk. Day 2 of my Harvard step test. Yep. I was saying it. I was saying it for at least a full month, if not 2 months over the winter. I think I was just bored going up and down 138. I was like, well, when I take that turn, I guess I'll find out if I'm actually tired and getting tired or not. Got 2 more days, and then 4 days next week. I still say the most damning of all the things that you folks did was that free Amir business. The second that you actually told people you freed our mother, because that's your death blow as far as I'm concerned. Because of the impact you had on my fucking children. That's why. I think that you're absolutely fucking wretched and you deserve everything you get. All due respect. All the people that took part in that. And then you're in Flint, Michigan, and then you're telling people you freed Amir. You're fucking disgusting maggots. I don't know if that's the point where Greta Van Susteren went, I am fucking quitting and I am fucking done with you people. Because you're fucking damned. That might be the time where she told you people to go fuck yourselves. People understand peacekeeping, but you go, you're literally like fucking with 6 minors that are completely fucking innocent, along with this innocent fucking mother. I am done with you fucking people. You're clearly fucking sick in the head. I'm sure you people were told that probably 1,000 times, even just that 1 year. Clearly, I couldn't even have been insulting you fucking things. In 2014, that's when I first started realizing that you were fucking sick. Yep. Along with shutting off my fucking communications. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I told you in 2013 when the Pope quit and you still didn't return me to my fucking home with my children, God put you in an Arton to kill yourselves. So yeah, many times it was coming across as just being completely fucking sadistically deranged because clearly you are. That's why your brain matter doesn't question what the fuck you're thinking and doing because your psyche is deranged. Like when I'm listening to this Watch My Shoes and like the funny thing about going down the Ave, I can tell that that's like bordering on incorrect. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's bordering on Rebecca Donahue activates your math health because of her meth use, right? You just go, I can tell that it's sort of like bordering on fuck you or watch my shoes. And now people are going to put fucking crack pipes in everybody's mouth and tell them it's a fucking candy bar. Like, I get it. But like for me, my inner psyche is not like that. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, I get it, but I can't really partake in that. Whereas other people, like their psyche is clearly fucking out there. That's what the whole Darth Vader, the trickster, it has to do with your psyche. Your psyche can tell when your brain is sick, is what I'm telling you. Like, here comes, and I told you, it's just things I'm not supposed to tell you. I told you he can lie on a walkabout. I explained the entire thing to you, but clearly you folks probably aren't even doing that, right? You're not even consulting the Bible or asking God. So it doesn't even matter. But like, some people will still keep thinking that God is fucking talking to them. When I told them exactly, it has to comply, but I guess they think it's complying with the Bible. You can't call him he, you can't talk like that when you're in that. No, he's supposed to tell you that. Yeah, like even him not telling you that, you're probably not my species. It's not, I don't think God would be triggering you. Right? It's just don't say you, don't say I. Like you have to use his name. That's how my species is. Right? You have to use his name because you're all the fuck over the place. There's no possible way that you're in a learning. Like you are just zoop to do. Is that what they're talking about? Say his name and not say George Floyd? Because, like, my father's not George Washington. Get it? A dollar bill. Hallowed be his name. That's why I thought the Brian thing was funny. And then you go, this guy's just a dickwad, but maybe if there is a father somewhere, that's what he's like, other than being a dickwad. He's a wild and crazy guy. I know just people, I'm sure, that want to pretend that they're part of the Aaron Carter crew when they're clearly not. You're just abusing Miraculous. You're clearly not part of the Aaron Carter crew. Remember those days when I was, at least thought I was on the fucking internet? And I would talk about the walk. I know you just go, you people, like nothing can happen until you folks are gone. Nothing you're doing is anything that my species would do. I know you just go, can we actually view the Holy Mother, or just what the fuck is this? Like, we want to know what she was talking about on her walk if we're hearing the same thing. I know, it's just terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Even that Pope guy, they let go to a fucking window and yell out shit once a week, right? Crazy. I don't want anything to do with that meth crap. No, I'm sorry, that's speed crap. That's what it's about, jumping off pianos. Um, maybe a cording chair. Cording chair. You can't say get a room because that's inappropriate. Like maybe a cording chair for you two people. I see what this is. Oh, okay. I understand this now. This. This is about that Prince crap. This is because of that Prince crap. This Prince garbage. I've seen it twice now because I keep falling asleep. It's about jumping off pianos. This is about this Hindi Prince stuff from last night. Anyways. I remember that time too when Donald Trump was saying "Make America Great Again." All I could think about was trying to make people scream at the top of their fucking lungs in emotional torment. I don't know if that's what he meant, but if he didn't mean that, it meant other people were interpreting it like that. I mean, think about it. You just go, the number of times where you went like you did a fucking takeaway to 6 children, you're that fucking sick. It's just really bad. Yep. That came up on the walk too, where that's all you can do. Uh, I've dealt with it, and like I don't tell her that, but I can hear other people talking to her. I don't think I've ever said that to her. Right? Just all that you can be told is that you're mentally insane, right? And then they'll go, "How am I insane?" And then you can point out 4 things. Oh, so that makes me insane? Yes. And on the walk, this came up where say something like, "I'm at war," or something, whatever she's doing, right? Just because you think that you're a mastermind of doing something, and so people don't know that, so that's why they think you're insane, doesn't mean that's the epitome of being insane, but they don't know that. They don't consider themselves insane. Like someone would have to like somehow figure it out and be like God basically has to tell you. Just because you're trying to force people not to eat so they don't have an ass like yours, but you're making up other things you're doing, doesn't mean you're not insane. Get it? Like apparently some of them, if you were getting this on the walk, this is what one of the things that came up in the walk today. Apparently some of them will, um, because they're psychopathic, They think they're masterminds of doing stuff, but you just think their actions are insane because you don't understand what they're doing. Maybe if you explained it to a person what you were doing, they could explain it to you. That is mentally insane to be trying to do that. That's what we're talking about. Some of them, I think, when they get dementia, it's like, we know what you're trying to do. You're not really hiding that anymore, but it's mentally insane what you're trying to do. Right? Like the psyche becomes more and more evident as the brain gets sicker and sicker. And you just go, we realize what you're trying to do, Mary. You're trying to get with this dude that's 24. It's just not going to happen. One, this dude is hot. Two, that dude is your father, so you're just a little bit mixed up. We understand what you're trying to do. Just do the midday, okay? Do the midday. Get your radiation. Realize you're stuck in, like, I don't know what age that is because I never wanted to marry my father. Whatever age that is. What, 2? 2 years old, you're gonna marry your father. You have the chair. Because you don't know what that is. You don't know what get married is when you're 2. So you're gonna have a chair that's this small. It's got to be smaller than the other chair. Some people don't know where to get the small chairs. Probably I saw a house with chairs in front just like that. But they're all the same size. They're probably like, we're not trying to do that. Oh. Those are comments up chairs, Mary. Oh. You want one that's a replica of your chair, but it's just tiny. Oh God, you don't even want to know unless you're actually doing that. I don't know if people in my species are doing that or not. I've never contended that nobody else is doing that. It's just back to the days of burning fire water, yeah. Because I didn't ask if I could drink it. No, no, you'll survive just fine here without me. You can carry 60 pounds of liquid a mile and a half. one of the times, I think it was the first time I did 40 pounds. I went through St. Mary's Cemetery in shin deep snow. That's when I had to make that noise. I'm sure many people know what I'm talking about, but it just depends. Shannon Doherty, she's saying she wants to walk through shin deep snow. Not her entire life, but people being forced to know that about themselves, probably with these various medical conditions. It doesn't mean that they're not going to pass on, but they'll probably make a decision within themselves about what they just experienced by trying to stay alive. It depends on what they would do, and if they went to the medical or they went to stuff like Lance Armstrong, and then you decide if you want to keep doing stuff like that. I'm not saying your whole life is going to be a hardship. It's just there's not going to be fuel or slaves. God isn't going to allow it. Everybody that does that is dying. They're not going to be doing it. No. People that won't listen to God and stop doing that are all dying. That's why there's a brain plague. Not you can just take my children like this. I mean, that's not United States of America. Went over this. Went over the thing about making up your own birth certificate stuff based on stuff you thought I was talking about. I'm not your president. I'm your hostage. Okay? And then you go, you've been incorporated since when was it? 17 something? Those people out there were not part of the United States of America. And you didn't even know that because you're completely ignorant, on top of being criminally deranged. They could do that. They just did whatever they wanted because they were on territory. They weren't part of the United States of America. Duh. You are part of the United States of America, even though you think you're not. So, yeah, we're going to build this building, and what's different is we own this building, whereas the city of Quincy owns this, so we're part of the city of Quincy. They're trying to tell me in Walmart that it's a city ordinance. They can make a city ordinance in Quincy that I have to have a face mask on to get fucking peanuts. That's what they told me. Just people that are completely mentally deranged and just make up shit. I guess it's a city ordinance. It's a city ordinance? Is that because someone asked you about the seal of Massachusetts with the star and shit? Oh, yeah, you folks clearly have dementia. You just go, that's not about giving out shit for free. That's about still telling me I got to put that fucking thing on my face. Probably after New Mexico, because it was right after New Mexico, they went, we better do a fucking risk assessment psych eval on these fucking people after what Mary just reported the fuck's going on in New Mexico. The cops heard the guy himself. The cops told me because the cops already knew, or the cop wasn't sick, right? I think the cops already knew that these people thought they were on private property in Albuquerque, New Mexico, running a Walmart using U.S. commerce. They thought they were on private property, and they probably tried to tell the cops that the cops don't function there either, but yet you called the cops. They had some security guy come out, and no, maybe it was me that said call the cops or something. Yeah, they had security there, like they weren't going to use Albuquerque fucking police department. They were so sick. Get it? Oh yeah, just similar shit that people, maybe they just threw that shit out there to see what you folks would do. I don't know, but it's like this, people that, because my communications have been shut off, that causes more fucking confusion until you finally go, where the fuck is that woman? Like if you finally dawns on you and you go, wait a minute, a 2 5-star fucking pops up on a woman's finger and she fucking disappears off the internet. Why? Yeah, everybody needs to fucking halt because clearly we're being fucking tricked into distraction like we're in fucking France. They can't shut the system down. People attempted to do that and people are too sick. Like it's too dangerous for us to have a system shut down. Hello. Like it's too dangerous to have the system shut down. Okay, like I don't make up shit. I had to yell at them to call the police. They wouldn't even fucking do it. And then finally they did, and the Framingham police showed up as a witness. Not I make this shit up, or not I was flipping out and stuff. No. I just so happened to be in Framingham because I walked out there and slept at a train station. I was mightily thirsty. You try walking from Dedham to Framingham and then sleep overnight. Of course, you're going to wake up thirsty as a fucking bitch, right? Oh, yeah. And just, they wouldn't let me into the store. They had people outside the store blocking you. They never did that shit in Dedham. So if you were in Dedham, you probably go, huh? And then I could see that there was water right inside the place. So I go, if I give you the $2, can you hand me a bottle of water? No. And I had an active SNAP food card too. So that's when I told them to call the police. So hopefully that had already been reported before in a calm manner, or just everybody was complying because I told you to. Yeah. No, that's good. I told people to do that to get into fucking grocery stores. That's why I said just do what they tell you to do. Not I have to do it. Okay, so that's pretty. If everybody was doing it, then you wouldn't have realized how sick they were. Right? Because you go, it's a virus? Okay, just hand her a bottle of water then. And then they didn't want to call the police either. You go, yeah, this is fucking bad. Unfortunately, they've got to stay in a system until they die. Well, thank God for God, because if it wasn't for God, people would have to go around killing them. Yeah, this is the United States of America. You don't just go, everybody do something that's against your fucking civil liberties, and then that's an excuse to kill people. That's exactly what they did. Like people went fucking completely bonkers insane. They denied me medical care at a fucking CVS when I had scabies. What does that have to do with a fucking face mask? Oh, wait, wasn't that before the face mask? Yeah, that was before the face mask. They did that. I know you go, what are you people on? They're on some heavy fucking juice. God forced them to reveal some shit about themselves. So you go, whoa. Yeah, we can't shut a system down because once you shut it down, you'd have a war. Yeah, if you ever shut a system down, you'd have a complete war because people were just in fucking chaos as it was. With all that shopping and shit, you go, these people can't be freed. That's your problem right there. It goes beyond they refuse to listen to a fucking prophet from God. They refuse to listen to something that happened to me, but we're supposed to listen to their injustice for 35 fucking years. That's all they want to do is sit around fucking talking about it. Dick smell, dick don't smell. We already did that, folks. You're like triple, quadrupling the same fucking injustice now. So, anyways, my species is expected to take walks. You don't have to walk 47 miles every other week, but you're expected to take a daily walk. I explained it. Even the people that are driving like that purposely, you still need to take a walk for your own mental health and your physical health. You have to clear out your lungs. Okay, so if you were using like mad drugs or something to be driving like that, then maybe lay off of the drugs a little bit before your lungs fail you. That ketamine stuff, that they said that Elon Musk was using. Isn't that what they said they were using because of um, tightening in the chest, like an asthma type thing? Is he able to take walks, or is he sick and he can't take walks? Whoever it is they're talking about, I don't know what this fucking Elon Musk bullshit is, nor do I care. But if that's an actual person, right? Because some people are just, they're not going to be able to up the intensity of their workout. They're not going to be able to go from walking to jogging and doing HIIT to, because there was no snow. That's generally when we do it, and it increases your cardiac output. Okay. So that's why I was doing the jog walks in the basement, because it was literally only one day I could walk in the snow and it wasn't even that deep. So in life, if your body's supposed to be doing that every winter, um, that's going to be taxing on you cardiovascular, especially with all this going on. I just did this, didn't I? Oh, it's right here. But I already looked at it, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Do-do-do. Ugh. Whoa. I just got like a chill. Oh my God, stuff like that hasn't happened in a wicked long time. But it wasn't even that. It was like I got a chill. But yeah, some of this like Buddha stuff, you can see where it came from. We're just like, mostly cloudy. I did. I ate almost the whole thing. I said I was never going to. So I'm kind of surprised. It seemed like way more when I was looking at it from over there. Really icky and violating. Another late night lurker rattles Boston neighborhood. Slow go on busy Boston road after crash during morning commute. That's kind of an interesting topic about people that have these weird like sex offender stuff, and that they're always gross looking. It's probably because of genetics. Yeah, it's probably because of genetics. So sometimes, like, some people, there's not really a problem with you telling yourself that you're in a bad assignment. There's nothing wrong with that. And understanding it and go, say that you thought you had a good soul and a good spirit, and you're like, why the fuck am I so ugly? It's because your genetics are bad. So say that you were sort of like a meeker other species, or you're my species. I would say it's because you can be reasoned with about not having children. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, right, like you may even go, I can't, it's some weird phenomenon where I know I'm not attractive, but I cannot seem to attract to a person that I can go out with. It's probably so you won't have children. Yeah, like you would just put you were put there to take a slot so that those wouldn't produce more from that gene pool. Okay, because some people have really bad genetics and their psyche is like all messed up. So it's just not a good, do you get what I'm saying? It's not a good combo. It's like obviously God controls it, but it's like going to be a lot better if it's people with a good psyche and they just have this weird genetics in the head or whatever, in the body genetics. Yeah, just some people don't get it, like when God just wants you to be celibate for a time, like the Elephant Man. Like I'm sure that person, Jim Carrey, who finally got it at, I guess I've got to be celibate. I mean, this is, what am I going to do with this? I don't know if he's just all over the place typically. That might have been a time where he finally learned to keep his dick in his pants. I have no idea his history. Right, where you just go, are you going to stop if someone is going out with him and that like that would be probably extra funny. Where you go, are you gonna learn to stop doing that now or yeah, work on your impressions. Please, please do. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to look up Green Day. Maybe drink some water today. I don't know if I drank enough water yesterday, or it's the radiation, or it's just from the two heavy walks or something. A little bit of burning lung, little bit of burning lung. No, that wasn't supposed to be hunka hunka burning lung. Little bit. No, it's not gonna work. Bit of burning lung. That's not really. Uh, oh, his name's Billy. Billy Joe Armstrong. What did his name Scott before? Let's see. Oh, he's only 1 year younger than me. Huh. So he's old too. Oh, he's from California. He's not British. He totally looks British, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, if you had to think of someone that looked British on planet Earth, it would be that guy. Excuse me. So he's probably talking about California. Okay, that's what I was. Oh, he's one of six children too. Probably so he wouldn't smoke. Does he smoke? Yeah, that's sad. Like, unless yeah, unless the dude was a dick. Yeah, because she had six children and then the dude died. Um, he was 10, so he's the youngest. Hmm. Well, I don't know that. I don't want to be rude. He would know if he was a dick or not by now. If he wasn't, it's probably so, excuse me, somebody wouldn't smoke. I don't really like weird stuff like that because I think the Oz does that. But some people, yeah, they'd probably rather die from cancer so the kid would never smoke than to bury their kid from cancer. As weird as that sounds, if they had to make a choice. But I don't really like to do that. That seems very Oz like. 1982, is that what it was? That was a long time ago now. That's older than Brian Buchanan. Wasn't Brian Buchanan born in like 1987? And he's 36. Yeah, so there you go. Oh God, let's hope not. I don't know, man. I don't even know if that dude is my species, but that's like Charles Manson's kid or something. Just, I don't know what. Remember, I said something about Liberace? I kind of doubt it's that. It probably has something to do with being like he was trying to pretend to be Charles Manson. That's what he was doing. Because I know his passwords. I guess it's not a secret now since someone actually logged the dude out of his own Facebook page and changed his fucking passwords. Not I did that. And I know then an insane fucking jailer goes, this lady and she changed his passwords. That's a jailer. I didn't change anybody's fucking passwords. Nope. Those are insane people trying to excuse what they just fucking did to apparently people that were in this dude's Facebook page that are not jailers. I exist in an internet prison. I'm not even allowed to use Facebook anymore, even in the internet prison, because of the photographs. This thing has decided it's going to delete any and all evidence that I existed as before it dies because it's so sick. These fucking group of people. You just go, what are you doing now? Disabling all of our fucking Facebook pages because it has all this science and shit on it. Remember that about Einstein and all that? And about the fucking weather and the frost on the thing and the nuclear. Oh yeah. They just started fucking deleting shit. You go, oh mother of God. Like at first you get freaked out because I'm pissed that shit that I can turn to and show to people or whatever is being destroyed. And you go, I got to just trust God. These are the people that this shit was put up there for so that they'll fucking stop it. And it's just so far not working. But obviously, God knows what he's doing. Right. And you just go, oh my fucking God. It's part of their containment because you go, it's not 1944 or 45, whatever the fuck, whenever I was murdered before. You can't cover me up. It's all over the fucking planet. The age ended. Uh, Look, ma, no brains. I mean, does it seem like you're going to get away with murdering Mary Gladys and everyone forgot she existed? It's scary, isn't it? Oh, so anyways, he was trying to pretend to be Charles Manson, right? And you just do watch out because when someone's trying to pretend to be somebody, next thing you know, he's trying to kill people. right? So you got to be careful with that stuff. But I don't know if he's my species or not, but he's clearly doesn't have any caring for me, right? And you just go. I'm not sure somebody that psychopathic or the sociopathic could be a human being. I'm not sure. That would be sort of weird and still using and stuff, but for joke purposes, you just go. He just seems like he's one of those, but it's hard to tell because he was trying to pretend to be Charles Manson. He probably doesn't even understand what Charles Manson is, right? Just don't get confused. Sometimes you can learn stuff from this, but it doesn't mean that that person knows what he's doing. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just God, right? So God can use their binders and stuff to, and then you either recall stuff or He's explaining history to you, right? Where you go, okay, so they build a wall and then you breach the wall, get it? And He's gonna guard the wall, and it doesn't mean that He even knows what He's doing. He could just be some dude with dementia that is literally trying to guard a wall at Hancock Liquors, like it's his territory. It doesn't mean he knows what the hell he's doing in terms of history, right? I'm just trying to get them in trouble. Well, I told Derek what you were doing, so good luck getting Derek in trouble. Bowser's gonna get you now. You and Luigi. Just that's God's doing to make something funny for me. Yeah, that is definitely God's doing. I don't think they intended to look like Mario, Luigi, and Bowser. What's the thing that he says? Mamma Mia, but doesn't he do a different thing too? They're obsessed with reaps. I don't know if they're talking about radium. Yeah. I don't know about this Ra. Is it Ra Ping? Okay. So it still doesn't matter about the Snap Food God because now it's a joke about our opinion. Ra opinion. Okay. I know. Irish firefighter accused of robbing woman at Boston hotel. Yeah, because you might think that's funny, but when you shut off people's food and go, you need to change your ping, I don't find it funny. And the food thing still isn't back on loading. My cash isn't back on. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean whoever made up this story is doing that. That's not what I'm saying. But these people that it's like there's no possible way that they actually are meaning to be funny. Like when they get to that point, like I saw with they changed it now, but they had it on their website on Massachusetts Department of Transitional Assistance was telling people they needed to change their ping. Okay, and that's why our cash and our food cards are not reloading. Okay, I doubt they mean to be funny. It's like end of the line psychopathy. They become like altered and deranged like that. Yeah, like they even if they were gonna be like profusely insane and doing fucked up shit and laughing about it, that's not what they're doing. That is a different thing that happens to psychopaths that are unwound. It's like they're in a different type of desperation. They may have already tried perversion. Like it is a little bit perverted, but it's like just sort of like that's what happens to them when you let them do whatever they want. It's like a hell on earth for a psychopath. right? So that's not a pleasant state for them to be in when they're running around like that. Girl Scout cookies, blah. I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. Okay. And then some of them start running around shooting themselves in the head and stuff because um, I don't think we have that here. I don't think we have psychopathically unwound people with firearms that I know about. It's different than Germany. Okay. I think that, right. I think you have like, those people don't have firearms. It seems like that's like the more like what you're calling Democrats. They wouldn't believe in firearms anyway. Okay, just yeah. I don't think that it's the same makeup you had during the World War II, as you're calling it, in Japan and Germany and stuff. So I don't know if those people actually were in the military and stuff then, or they were pretending they were, like I told you, I think happened. Um, where they would dress up like they were cops and stuff and do horrendous actions, and they would tell themselves that they were teaching you to reject the police, reject the government, like break all rules, because they won't it's not a pleasant state when you have brain disease and you're just left to be allowed to do that. So it's becomes wickedly disturbing to them. It's a certain type of brain disease that you don't usually see, right? Like people have their binders break down when they have like elderly dementia, not they're 35 and they're acting like that. Okay, so brain plagues are not the same thing as this business where you started having something called Alzheimer's, because wasn't that even new too? Right. You used to have elderly dementia. Okay. So you may have seen it sometimes in people that had some sort of brain injury. Right? This is a brain plague, so it's affecting certain parts of the brain, and it's young people. So the body just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. It's you're getting a good view of it in terms of her. The body just keeps going, and like what happened with Ronald Reagan apparently, even though the brain is gone. Okay, so that's a level of care that people don't have the ability to supply to people for 40 years, and it's not really compassionate to keep a person like that alive for 40 years. I'm not even talking about her. I'm talking about worse than that. Just like this, but they blink and they breathe. They urinate. They'll defecate if they're put on a toilet. They'll swallow, but their brain is completely gone. It's basically like a newborn in an adult's body, and a body could keep doing that for 40 years if they were being cared for. Okay, like when that chick was in the coma. Okay, so I don't really think you have the manpower or the desire to be doing that. So before they get to that point, it's going to be disturbing. So some of these people you've been gifted, if you are, if you got some sort of a diagnosis, so you're realizing you're ill, you've been gifted so that that doesn't happen to you. Especially if you notice that um, you're having symptoms that you've seen in people before you, uh, right? Definitely don't be afraid of realizing you're medically ill. If you know you're like 30 years old and you just watched an old person for 15 years and you're going, like someone like Candy going, oh my God, never let that happen to me. Okay, well, you're clearly way younger than her. Okay, so the body keeps going if someone's caring for you. So, yeah, like I think there was a little bit of confusion about people die from it. They would die from care, like a newborn not being fed. It's not a pleasant way to die. So I warned people for a long, long time. If you have yourself hauled up in a secret cabin and you've learned to, but clearly the military would find you, so I don't think that's going on. But I had a concern before. Um, and you'll like figured out a way to hide yourself and divert all your communications or whatever. Yeah, you would hope that a person, but some of these people, it takes a long, long time before they realize that their brain is sick and they don't understand the nature of it. So some people, like, they might already be dead now. They may have already passed away, but in the beginning, were probably rip roaringly fucking pissed because they got rid of their house and went to a homeless shelter or something. And then they were like, I don't understand what I did that, why I did this. And then they find out that their fucking brain is going. That's why. That's why you would have left a cabin in Montana and went into a fucking homeless shelter in Los Angeles. That's why. Right. Clearly, God told you to do it and you did the right thing because you wouldn't have got any care at all. So, being in a shelter like that for a long time, you may have not even realized how that was happening to you because you're not required to cook, you're not required to wash your own linens and stuff, so you wouldn't know. You can't shop, you're not paying bills, all those things that they were talking about. Yeah, I mean, some of these people that started using, they clearly have no idea how sick they are. If they ever, that's why I said some of these people, if they ever sobered up, they'd probably fall into a depression at first because they'd go, "Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong?" Because when you're losing days and shit, you're not even paying attention until you stop using and go, "Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is wrong with me?" Right. So anyway, I told people to stop using that meth crap because it eats your brain. Write shit down. Have a calendar. That stuff helps you too. April 15th is the Boston Marathon. I still have 8 months before I have to worry about the midday marathon. Don't even start with me. That came up yesterday. I went, it's March. Calm down. The first year I did it, I was elated. Last year, I went, oh my God. That was pure will last year. Talk about an ego. That was pure will last year. Because I didn't I had a horrifying summer, remember? And I was even smoking cigarettes for like a month and a half or something. So October 1st is when I stopped smoking. So my marathon is on October 4th. I didn't train for it or nothing. I hadn't even been taking my fucking daily walks. Oh yeah, and it was warm. It was nothing like the year before. The year before, I did it on the 3rd because it was supposed to rain on the 4th. And so it was like cloudy, it was like 55 degrees, and I trained for like a half a month, I think. And I actually had sciatica the day I did it, but I did it anyway. And I remember, yeah, because I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. I set myself up to do something that was pretty risky mentally, but I actually could do it. And that's called the midday marathon because I walk in the middle of the day usually. So last year I had to do it because I'm retarded and I'm old and I set up a yearly marathon. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. So already by March I'm worried about it. So I got to stop thinking about it till the summer is at the end. The end of the summer I'll worry about it. But I know you just go last year I was like, "Oh my god, I've got to do my marathon." And so I just did it. And I carry a bottle of water with me the whole time, but I didn't even open it. Or I didn't bring a drink that time. Yeah, but anyway, you can't drink water on a marathon. Yeah, I found that out last year because it would, yeah, I never in a day was I ever glad to be at that bridge. By the time I got to the bridge, just please God, I thought I was going to vomit. I think I either thought I was going to pass out or vomit. And I had to mentally talk to myself to get through like the last probably mile of it at least the last mile. Like you're not gonna fall over. Just keep fucking walking. It was not pleasant. It was at least the last mile. So this year, I definitely have to train for the shit. That was like not pleasant. But anyways, and hopefully the weather will be better on October 4th. It will be cloudy probably again. Hopefully. Yeah, you would think in October. I didn't want it to be too hot or too cold. Just anyways. Now I got to do it every year at least. I got to do it at least one more year. And then I know maybe the world will fall apart and then everyone will forget about my marathon by 2025. 10-4. I know, is that not the cutest thing? And I didn't see sidewalks filled with people. You go, would my all my communication shut off or something at that time for 2 years? Anyway, I would have thought I'd see streets filled with fucking veterans. 10-4. Just, I don't know, is that cops? Whatever that is. But no, just me by myself walking my marathon. Well, because you started at 10 a.m. instead of midday, because you have 6 hours to do it. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to do it, but I allot myself 6 hours to do it. And it's on October 4th. Right? It's just 6 hours should be plenty of time for people that are used to walking like that, but it doesn't matter how long it takes to do it. It's not a race, right? It's not a race. That's why something's called a marathon and not a race, by the way. But anyways, don't even get me going about marathons. And it's a walking marathon. It's not a jogging or a biking marathon. And yeah, I did. When I thought people were actually going to do it, I was like, if you could please not. Yeah, it would have been good to have the road shut down like they do for their other marathon, because then people that want to jog or ride bikes could be in the street and the sidewalks would be allotted for pedestrians. Right. I think that's what it was. If you could please like not make people walking feel like they're being like, sometimes people confuse what other people are doing, right? Where they feel like they're being belittled by people. Like the jogging, when it's a specifically walking marathon, if you started jogging past them, some people would think that you're trying to belittle them. They don't realize you're just taking part in a marathon. Right. So you have the Boston Marathon, right? But they have I don't think they have bicycles. They should in the Boston Marathon. Maybe bicycles wouldn't bother people as much as jogging, because there's a bike path over here too. That part of the midday marathon has a bike path. This one, I don't think they didn't they make one right here and now it's gone. What happened to that? Is that my imagination? They didn't put one in right where that train station is. Is it still there? I thought they added one right there. Anyways, um, this part of it doesn't have a bike path, but they do at the one at the Milton part of it, the High Park and the Milton part. You have to do that walk and this walk on the same day. You have to. I highly recommend you do that walk first, or you're never gonna do it. Yeah, I highly recommend you start out on the Dedham walk. It's like this. Once you get to that corner right there, once you cross the street and go cross through Reedville, you're obviously going to do the whole thing. Yeah, like that's the decision right there when you get to that when you get to the end of Milton Street where Sprague Street is. You cross the street because you still go the same way. You just cross through Reedville. Once you do that, you're clearly going to do it, right? It's just I think I had set it up ahead of time when I was at that point on 138, what I was talking about today. After you take that turn and you're like past the sidewalk and stuff, and you're just on the thing, that I made up a whole speech like I was being interviewed by, or like people were watching me. That's what it was when I was training for it. Yeah, I made up a whole speech where they're doing like the commentary during my midday marathon. I don't know, it just struck me as wicked funny as I'm explaining how weird I am on my walks. So I'm at that point when I get off the sidewalk, and this is when I was training. I actually set up the point before the marathon where I'm supposed to feel good about my marathon. I actually think I felt more inspired during the training than I did on that day. Yeah, like because when I did the actual marathon, I was like, I don't even really feel that like whatever. But this is what happened. This was the first year, not last year. I probably didn't even have a phone last year. The first year, I still had the AT&T one that I could charge like a radio, and it didn't take batteries. So it obviously it's a cell phone has a clock. So I think it was when I got to was it Curry College? I think it was when I got to Curry College. I went bloop because I wasn't checking my time at all, and I went no way like that. Like that was the actual moment where I got like an elation because I finished the thing in wasn't it under 4 hours? Yeah, I actually did the whole thing in under 4 hours on the first time I did it. I don't know how long it took me last year, but yeah, I was like, oh my god. I walk faster when I'm worried about finishing it. That's how I did it in under 4 hours. I probably never do those two walks like that in that amount of time. I've been known to do this one in an hour and 50 minutes. That I know for a fact. This one, I don't know what the shortest amount is of time that I've ever done that walk, but it's usually about 2 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that's why I gave myself 6 hours. I figured it would take me longer, but it would took me shorter. It took me shorter. So that's when I started going, did you ever ask them why they're running like that? They might have found that out too the first time they did the thing. They went checked their clock and went, no way. That's what happened to me. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't get elated when I thought I would, but during training, it was like Katie Couric and another person, like someone who knows about walking marathons that no one covers. Everyone cares about the jogging, right? And it's all about how much time it is and stuff, and you win it. So clearly, anyone who finishes it wins. So it's like not understanding the nature of sports, in my opinion. I cannot stand competitive sports. Cannot stand competitive sports. So I guess some people like that stuff because they think it improves a person's athletic ability. Um, I guess, like in terms of the swimming, like Michael Phelps, like if they determined that if he wasn't racing somebody, like if does it make him swim faster? Yeah, I don't like it. I would not want somebody doing that to me in my walk. I would flip the fuck out. Yeah, that has the opposite effect on me. But if I feel tired, I walk faster. because I have to finish it. That's why I don't want to set up things I can't do. Yeah, like I think I actually had a nightmare last night or the night before about actually not finishing my walk, like actually having to like stop and go, oh my God, I can't finish my walk. Like in 2022 because of the radiation when we had that heat wave. Yeah. Just mentally, that's like, that would be like, well, that's a bit of a thing, I guess. I didn't say that before, but that was a different thing. Yeah, I mean, I've had that conversation with him before about like medically, not just getting old, like medically going, oh my God, I'm actually like getting too tired to be doing this. I felt like I would feel sort of like relieved in a sense. Not that I don't like walking, but this is fucking crazy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, well, I guess it's probably about time because there's no fucking sign that these people are gonna stop doing this. So, like, how long would I be required to keep giving them comfort or something? I mean, some of the comments and the thing too, you just go, is this how much longer is this gonna go on for? This is fucking crazy right here. I can't see anybody. That's sometimes I don't even like to say something because people are so fucking sick, and they keep trying to figure out how to punish people. But mentally, that's probably why they have to let those people exercise for an hour every day. When they decide they've got to go into solitary confinement, they still have to give them an hour outside because that's got to be God doing that. I know. That's got to be God came up with something because that's fucking a mental torture that the Almighty God wouldn't allow. He would force you to decide you're gonna do death penalty before you be fucking cordoning people in a fucking dungeon or a room like that, never letting them out. Clearly, he looked ahead. If you're teetering on that shit, I mean, this is pretty fucking bad right here. This is pretty fucking bad right here, and it's just clearly God gives people a fucking stroke, a heart attack, and then they're not keeping hostages anymore. Excuse me. They're still talking about this crane on a Norwood apartment building. I don't know what that is. Is it supposed to say sea rain? Is this supposed to help people that are getting depressed because they definitely need that. If it's true, don't make up things. Yeah, if you make up stuff, they're never gonna believe it when it's actually happening. Solar eclipse. Oh yeah, I realized yesterday too. One of my favorite shows that I used to watch, Quincy M.E., is actually on Pluto Free TV. I think it's in, is it part of one of the classic TV sections or something? Yeah. I just noticed it yesterday. And when they show these programs, it's like one after the other after the other. That's what I had on, I think. No, I shut that off and I had the Prince thing on. Yeah, but I had it on like all day after I finished my walk yesterday on this thing. This I like the Pluto on this one because it might be the laptop, but I'm thinking it's the jailers, but it might be the laptop. Shuts stuff off when I'm sleeping. I don't want stuff shut off. Jesus Christ. Anyways, I had 6 children in a house, so yeah, like, I mean, I'm not used to a lot of noise. It's not as bad as it used to be when I first came up here, man. That's why I had such bad PTSD. It was constant, multiple people in a house screaming and stuff. It was constant. I remember that Kathy chick from the shelter prison room that I was in for 3 weeks, the drunk, the abusive drunk. She was talking like she was some sort of fucking victim herself. Like, oh yeah, the house that I was in. Blah, blah. And then she tells me that she doesn't drink anymore. She stopped drinking because she got drunk one night and started abusing Mary Quinn. She already had told me her history, right? And then she started doing it. Like she's that insane. It's like you didn't stop drinking. You're drunk every fucking day. And here you are. Because she was doing it to her the night that those people knocked on the door. It was the night before I left. She was doing it to her. She went from downstairs because she used to be right across the hall from her because that's the room I was in. She came from downstairs up to the second floor and started abusing her verbally. An old woman. You go, it never would have worked out anyway. Like it was a matter of time. It was just going to be one thing after the other. Like these people are just that deranged. Talk about punching someone in the face, Rebecca. Right? Just, oh yeah, you need to shut the fuck up and stop fucking talking to that old woman like that. You're a fucking insane person. And I'm sure every person that says anything up to that Kathy person ends up thrown out of the house because she's that Kaz person's fucking pet. She is literally a person's pet. Right? She texts her when she goes on vacations and stuff. She's texting on the phone. She's clearly seen her fucking apartment. She brings her coffee from a fucking shelter kitchen to this woman's room, and it's just stacks of coffee. She bought her own fucking large size refrigerator. That's clearly her pet. It's like disgusting. Oh yeah. You don't know that when you move in there at first. And then it's like, can you just ask her to stop knocking on my door? Because she wouldn't stop knocking on my door to bother me. That's what you do. You go to the house manager. That's what you're supposed to do, right? She clearly fucking told her. Right. And then she's downstairs screaming upstairs about people knocking on a door. Like all she does is scream and yell and abuse everybody in the fucking house because apparently she puts her face in that chick's pussy from time to time. And that's why she's living there. You just go, yeah, I'm all set with this fucking place. I know I left. This other woman named Karen left. Rebecca Donahue clearly left. There was a woman named Donna, I guess, that left, all in a short period of time. Not just I do weird stuff. I'm going to keep living in a house where some person who claims she's a homosexual keeps trying to hit on you. And then one of her people she already brought to her apartment for licky licky is allowed to abuse you. And the old woman across the hall from you? No, it was never going to work out, anyways. But it doesn't mean that people showing up there knocking on a door screaming in my face are justified. But that's how some people act. Sometimes God has to let them think that because otherwise they're in a constant, He has to do it for compassion. I can't care. It doesn't matter in the long run. Thank you, Green Day. It really doesn't matter in the long run. That's what I said. Let them think whatever they want. Like that chick probably goes, okay, so we did the right thing then because Kathy's abusive and she would have punched her in the face anyway. I mean, was I really punching people in the face? But there would have been an issue. I would have had to have gone to the house manager about that shit too. But clearly, the house manager, once she realized she wasn't going to get me to her apartment, wanted me gone. Like, she was tricked into moving me in there so that all that shit would be revealed to the planet. You gotta stop using Facebook. What? You're as sick as these animals. You gotta stop using Facebook. What in the fuck? Okay, so she's gonna stop using Facebook? Why did you people never attempt to help her with her fucking issue with Florida? Oh my god. Excuse me. Just, oh my god. Thank God for thermonuclear weapons and God. Just, this is the new normal? Look, ma, no brains. Right, like, that's basically him going, wherever you are, because you're clearly in a fucking dungeon somewhere. This is fucking insane to any measure. Look, these people have no fucking brain, so don't worry. They are clearly, God's clearly fucking killing these people. Kavanaugh testimony. Explained that at the time. Remember that? All those weird judges. Neil Gorgeous. I know you just go, these people think that's a new fucking normal. You go, that's a new normal? Not you go, what the fuck is this? She was squat and heavy. She looks okay. Let's see. Oh, she's some sort of heavy lifter.
So even though research has shown a weightlifting belt can help you lift heavier weights with more explosive power, there's still two rules that you should follow when using one. Rule number one, you don't wear your weightlifting belt for every single set, especially your warm-ups. This is Lee saying, South Korean weightlifter who produces deadlifts. But notice he's not going to put his weightlifting belt on until his heaviest sets. Let me tell you the reason for that in a second. Rule number two, you still have some programmed heavy lifts within your training without a belt, like this no belt pause squat that Lee's performing here. Excellent technique. You see, even though a weightlifting belt can be helpful in increasing intra-abdominal cavity pressure and therefore stability, you never want to lose sight of enhancing our natural weightlifting belt. And if you do this correctly, you may just surprise yourself one day with how well your lifts will feel without a belt too.
Yeah, this one's good because it's explaining what I was talking about. That you have to build up your core before you start trying to I don't know, they call it lifting, but clearly if you were carrying weight around, you have to build up to it. Like, I started this walking program in 2014, and then it was probably not until 2017 before I was carrying 12 packs. Yeah, I went out to the shelter in 2016. I was carrying all my stuff around. I had like a big beach bag with my clothes, and then I had like a handbag that had my laptop and stuff in it. and it was all day, and I was still doing like mad walks around Quincy then. So, and then it was probably about 2017, 18, I started doing the 12 packs. All right. So I don't know, an entire winter at least before I went to New Mexico. I may have started doing it in the summertime, I don't recall, but it was quite a while, probably at least 6 months, like in increasing increments. But don't get me wrong, I only did the 60 pounds one time because they kept having 12 packs on sale. And then all of a sudden they did a Pepsi one and it was 6. That's they were with the walking program and stuff then. It was before the shift to proving that no one can. Something happened to people mentally. Um, after New Mexico and 2 5 stars, something happened to people mentally, and they started trying to prove that no one can do something. I know you just go. It's like before that, people were all down for it. Walk-in programs, 12-pack challenges. Yeah, it shouldn't have made sense when a 12-pack of soda costs $15. Um, it's like a definite derangement of the mind while making sure I don't have an income, keep shutting the SNAP card off so I can't buy them. Uh, yeah, like I don't know, trying to force everyone to buy plastic bottles and then go, I thought like it's a fault and that matters and stuff. Like you go, it's a fault, okay, but it's not a fault against Mary Gladys, right? You sort of could get me with that at first until God explained it to me and put a stop to it. Yeah, because I have to have those things for my medical. I don't have to have plastic, but you people are the ones who make me use the plastic, not me. Okay, and then there's probably a way that I could make the stuff myself, but you won't allow me to do that. So I don't drive. I don't have to drive for my medical condition, but for my medical condition, while I can, I have to have salsa water and soda. Yep. And I'm supposed to have certain foods and I walk. So for some reason, that's so bothersome, even though I'm not killing you with free electrons. Get it? Okay. So I am not doing that to purposely harm people. And I'm done feeling like I should feel guilty about it. I am not the person who caused it to happen. Right. I used to do all that and I was like, I better get the cans in case somebody sees me, like somebody's children, and they get depressed. I've been through all that. This is the 14th year of this horse shit. So I don't just give up on everything, but I understand other people go, and you know what? Fuck you. And then just driving again. That's what it's an impossible thing because you have people, because of the dementia, it's just they won't stop getting in these envies. Anybody that's fit, someone that seems like they're doing the right thing, they just purposely stop you from doing it. And then it begins to roll into it's not even that anymore, but they literally think you're not supposed to walk as their brains are dying. So most people now are going, we understand I don't need to be taught anything about the environment. I know, give it a rest. Like now we're gonna go full circle and we're gonna have Nazis try to explain to me about recycling and stuff again. I went through that stuff 20 years ago. We cannot accept this container. I know what that is because the essential workers didn't know what the fuck was going on and why nobody is doing a walking program and how long and what's with the transition plan and how long are they supposed to keep doing that. Those are the people who need to be aware of the thermonuclear weapons. Like clearly someone's doing something about it. Yeah, just the whole thing is a fucking madness. You have people that just they don't care what happens to anybody, and that people are forced to keep a food supply going, and then they just do whatever the fuck they want, and then it becomes actual insanity. Where they would start envying the people doing the food supply, and it just everyone starves to death because of it. It's a progressive, profound insanity. Like when a person doesn't want you to go to a food pantry when you have no other way to get food, you should know not to listen to anything that they say in terms of how to run your fucking life. I would hope that at that point, right, when a person thinks you shouldn't walk to a food pantry because that's too much for you, you shouldn't carry stuff, you shouldn't even use a food pantry because there's some we that can afford to get their own food, and we should let other people that are poor get food. You need to stop listening to that person. Okay, because that's what she does. She does it because she gets upset that she's not being brought to a store, that I'm smiling, that I'm fit and I'm carrying. She knows why I look like this. It's from walking, pushing a shopping cart and carrying things. She knows why. That's why she says it. God isn't fucking stupid, and neither am I. She's been doing that to me for probably 8 years. Oh, you've got to stop carrying stuff. Why are you do? Then finally one day she goes, it makes me feel guilty. That's not my fucking problem. That is not my problem. Maybe you should feel guilty. That is not my problem. Oh yeah. Then it becomes trying to make you think it's too dangerous to walk around. That's part of your brain dying. Okay, just because monkeys don't walk, apes don't walk, and I do walk. That is where that is coming from. It's progressive. Like at first, because I explained it about her too, because when a person's psyche is psychopathic, that's why they don't get it at first that they're sick. Okay, so it definitely gets to they don't think you should walk at all because monkeys and apes don't walk. And yeah, obviously their brain matter makes up things. Is she going to talk about the liquid diet? Oprah. Was she ever able to do like just walking? Right. Was she ever able to just, I don't know, a mile or two a day? Like not worrying about how fast she's doing it? I've noticed even with some of the videos on YouTube, there's a confusion between the fat burning zone and cardio. Yeah, because if you were trying to do like step aerobics for 2 hours, that's a lot. That's not the same thing as walking. Right. I walk for about 2 hours. I'm not swimming just straight 2 hours without stopping. I'm not jogging. I'm not doing step aerobics. I'm not like jump roping for 2 hours straight. That's cardio. That's why I explained to you if you smoke and you're doing a bunch of walking and you think that you're okay. When I started doing the step thing for dancing, I went, oh my fucking God. And I stopped smoking. That's why you're supposed to get a step to stop smoking. That's what you do to a person that you're trying to get them to stop smoking. Uh, Maybe you could run them up and down a basketball court too. That would probably be another way to do it. You run them up and down a basketball court. You have them walk through Memorial Field in the snow. Yeah, stuff like that because they're not getting scared enough. You don't wait till they actually have COPD. Yeah, you do fucked up shit like that to them. Yeah. And then you go, so it's still not affecting your lungs. You're still doing okay because you don't have a morning cough. Okay. Right. In case people are confused about the step, that's what the step is for. You got to jam. You got to do the squat jumps. Right. I think those squat jumps are more cardio than anything else. I got to say. Remember? Well, I didn't do 67 of them. I didn't do it for what was it? How long did she do it for? A minute or 2 minutes? Um, I think it's more cardio. Yeah, I don't remember my legs hurting, and I wasn't sore after it. It's just you're doing it, and then it's like, yeah, I can tell that that's taxing on the cardio, jumping like that. Probably this is probably like a real eye opener for some people. Like, yeah, like luckily it's not causing a lot of problems like it has in the past, not yet, but it's probably a real eye opener for some people going, okay. Yeah, like if they thought that I was like bad off medically or something. Yeah. Um, so it's, well, one thing I don't want to do is deter people. Yeah, I mean, if you're like 25, I would think it wouldn't deter you. You would go, oh my God, and then probably up what you're doing, I would think. But like, yeah, I've always been an active person, but this is 10 years straight of walking. That's a long time. Yeah, that's a long time to be walking. So, um, right, like if you sort of went, I've been walking for like 6 months or something. Well, then it, I would probably ask you where you're walking and if you're timing yourself. Okay, at that point, I would probably go, okay, like what's the distance? Because if you worked up to a mile, you're supposed to extend it once you're really comfortable with doing that. Some of these people, that's the maximum they're going to do because they want to make sure they can get to food. If they become too mentally ill, they can't drive. They want to make sure they can walk to food. That's like the bare minimum, as Andrew Cuomo suggested to you in 2020. Okay, other people want to actually lose body fat. They have a medical condition. They want to change their physique. Okay, after you're comfortably doing that, you're supposed to add on, maybe make it a mile and a half or 2 miles. And then you do that for a period of time till sometimes when you start to extend your walk, you will notice that you're a little bit sore until you adjust to it. Don't make the walk any longer than that. Then you know you've got to focus on doing that for a while. That's how I added extensions to my walk. They're longer than they used to be. Not this one, but the Dedham one is longer because I added on to it a couple of times. So one of the things about the Dedham walk too, I haven't talked about this in a long time, is because I added those extensions and the way that it's set up, there's ways that you can bail out of the walk. Uh, but I suggest that you never do that. You just know that you can bail out of it, but you don't actually ever do it. It has to do with psychologically psyching yourself out when you're on a walk, where you go, okay, this is one of my bailouts. And then once you get past it, you feel a sense of um, self esteem that you didn't bail out. It's like a whole mind thing that goes on to do that much walking and probably any sport. But that's one of the things about the Dedham walk. I don't think I've mentioned that in a while, that there's bailout spots. It's like God's way of encouraging you. He can tell when you're about to do one of those things in your head, and he prevents it by going, there's one of your bailouts, right? And then you sort of like reject that you're going to bail out, or he points out that you just went past it and didn't bail out. Because what he knows, whatever's coming up in your brain is about to do it. So it's cut off at the pass. But yeah, I remember having a little bit of lower back pain when I would first do an add on. And I didn't have the best footwear. I was wearing like completely flat, like tennis sneakers that I like. So, yeah, if you started having lower back pain, to some degree, you got to try to tough it out. If you know you're only going a mile, okay, you can try to get better sneakers, but until your body adjusts to doing that, it's right. You're not used to, your body's probably completely out of shape, and your glutes and stuff are probably minimal, and you're not used to standing and walking for a while, so you haven't adjusted your postures as you're walking. That's a whole thing too. It starts out typically with a backpack. First, you probably walk with nothing, and then you start walking with the backpack, and it's all about learning how to properly walk. And I learned the thing about the arms where I haven't really been having that, but sometimes you will start to have back pain because your arms are dragging down like this. If you ever watch joggers do like this, that's why, because it starts to hurt. So if you have a backpack, it gives you an excuse to something to do like this to keep your arms up. Yeah, that's another thing that happens. But um, after a while, you're not going to want the backpack anymore because it's like puts too much here. Yeah. But in the beginning, yeah, just don't put a ton of stuff in it, especially if it doesn't have one of those clips at the waist. I never had one of those. But that's the other thing. Uh, One of the things, if you start to have a problem with your knee or sometimes even your hip, you probably need new sneakers. Yeah, when you're walking every day, you need sneakers a lot. So that's an issue with shutting off people's money. Um, yeah, you will wear out sneakers in sometimes a month, depends on what they're made out of. So that sometimes you don't know, right? You don't know that until you get new footwear and then you walk again and then you're like, yeah, oh my God, it was that. It's just weird things you would never think is from your footwear. And I think knee pain is one of the main ones that happens to me. My knee starts to bother me. And then I think it's actually happened with my hip before. But the lower back pain, it definitely, if you just started walking and you never walked before, that's normal. When you do those things, like if you're doing like when you're kneeling on mats, like you're praying, like they show the Muslims, that's a good way to stretch out your glutes. When your glutes are not really toned, I think it feels like back pain. And when you don't have tone, when you don't have like when your glutes have been like so deteriorated, it's putting a strain probably on your back. It's not really your back. It's your glutes are not activated as they call it in the YouTube videos. You haven't activated your glutes. I would say that. I noticed it when I was going up 9 Mile Hill, man. You have to stop every once in a while and straighten out because it hurts. Yeah, so you just keep doing it. I don't know if you don't really enjoy pain, but you numb it out, I guess. It just becomes part of life and you don't really interpret it as pain anymore. Yeah. So That's not really pain. Like, yeah, like muscle soreness and stiffness and stuff is not pain. But I remember, I guess, when I used to think it was pain, but the arm stuff I haven't done in a long time, so I would probably become pretty pissy. Yeah, it's been years since I was doing that stuff. You just have to keep shifting it. It's like, that's all I can explain. You just keep shifting the stuff around. You're putting it up here for a few minutes and then you're doing this again. Oh, yeah. And then your arm is like this, your arm is like that. It's just 20. It wasn't 26 miles at a clip, but the total for the day was 26 miles. I just would start off at the top of the hill, walk all the way down to First Street, and then I'd walk all the way back. And there's like McDonald's along the way. And then, of course, the outhouse at that park, that little park right there where the Rio Grande is. You go down, and there's like a train ride, like a child's train ride right there. Remember that? Okay, so the Wendy's, you can use the bathroom. Like I'm like a Mexican and I just got here from Mexico. And I'm like not speaking Spanish or something. Okay, so the Wendy's, you can use the bathroom and people don't yell at you. The McDonald's over there, they don't want you in there. They said I can't be in there. It is. It's almost like when I went to Greece and all the women go in the bathroom and it says on the thing not to flush the toilet paper. And then, of course, there's always inevitably one person who keeps flushing it and flushing it. I don't know why the toilet paper won't go down. Someone actually said that. They told us 15 times you can't put toilet paper in the toilets there. You got to put it in the trash. That's why it won't flush down. But anyways, like it's sort of like that, but yet there was some place in Mexico there wasn't even any running water. There was a bathroom. Did the toilets flush? There was no water at all in the sink. Anyways. Remember that? I had to teach people how to pee in a sleeping bag. Okay, so this is where we sit, and then when the bus comes, we go, or just simply go, no bus. If you have a sleeping bag, you're all set. It's like the box at the DTA office. Well, I mean, whose shame is that? Is that my shame? Why am I standing in a box at a DTA office at Quincy Center with apartments right here in full view of what I'm doing? Why is that even taking place? Are you better than me? Do I look real bad right there? Are you lucky at least you're not me? I mean, seriously. That would have been fantastic if I could be on a live stream afterwards. Like, okay, so I just spent 2 months on the ground in this place called Quincy, Massachusetts. And especially if I had like photos and I knew how to put it up in the thing. The Virgin Mary, yeah. Yep. That was the weird woman sleeping at the thing. Not the one that was urinating all over the place. That was not me. That was a different person. That's why I kept leaving. Anyways, no, I was urinating in a cup and then dumping it out where the tree is. She didn't think of that apparently. Yeah, I don't. She had to have had brain disease. I was getting annoyed too. I mean, I understand it. You got to go. You got to go. Maybe she thought it was private there, but I mean, that's where I was sleeping, and she kept peeing there, and then she'd sleep on the other side from where she peed. Yeah, I think she was peeing on both sides, but you just go. You don't have housing, okay? Like you get a tall box, you get the cup from Stop and Shop, and I'm not gathering why you're just pulling down your pants and urinating right where you know I'm laying to sleep. I've already cleaned this area up several times, and she kept leaving garbage too, like food garbage. She had brain disease, right? She was like trying to mark it off so that I wouldn't sleep there. And then when she felt that I wasn't sleeping there, she'd go sleep at Starbucks, apparently. The Starbucks stoop. And I would imagine she was doing the same thing there. Right. But anyway, the cops told me she slept at Starbucks, not I saw her there. So, anyways, when she would leave, then I would go back there. And then I don't know where she was, but she saw me, and as soon as she knew I was there, she'd start sleeping there again. Yeah. Well, it's one thing if she was trying to sleep for safety's sake, but I kind of question if that's what she was doing. But anyways, I used to sleep at the library where that Dawn woman did, but then the cops said I couldn't sleep there. For some reason, they don't want people sleeping there anymore. I I don't know why. Shouldn't the public know that there's still people that don't have housing? I don't care if people don't want people sleeping at the library. I don't care. I know you just go, really? They don't want people sleeping in the library. They give you an apartment. But life doesn't work that way now, does it? So anyway, you folks are going to transition into another form of life. Okay. You literally just like observe the Virgin Mother on the ground for 2 months in a plastic bag. So, how you have housing out there, you should question because that whole apartment complex is new, right? Where the Hancock Liquors is, where the fours and stuff are. That wasn't there before, right? That's new. This dude Jay who's in an apartment above the Prez. How are you in an apartment and I'm homeless? Is he supposed to be? He said he was a veteran. Is he supposed to be doing security or something? I don't like to be mean, but I mean, I can't see that really being someone doing security the way he was talking to me. But um, they said when they were building it, it was for veterans, so I'm not sure what that is. I don't know if they're trying to shame veterans or you have a lot of people that are like new military people and they go in the military for 6 months and then they keep calling themselves veterans. I'm not sure what that is. So, well, it's unfortunate not everyone joins the military for the same reason. Okay, just that's why you had a lot of veterans that were having mental health issues because it's not plausible some of the stuff that's been going on. Okay, just stuff like that. You built housing and then it's for veterans when you have all these just regular American citizens being holocausted that can't get housing. Okay. What is that about? Like, are people supposed to hate veterans or are those veterans that hate Americans or something? Like, what is that? Do they deserve it because they're veterans? Okay. What do they do for work, and what were they doing for work before 2011? Because you didn't cooperate with security. Okay. Boston neighbors outraged by migrant shelter. Okay. I'm not really seeing that. Right. Dick smell, dick don't smell. That's all that is. Dick smell, dick don't smell. It's part of dementia. Yeah, just be careful when you go to Twitter because whenever they do weird stuff like that, yeah, some of them are sort of itching to stop blocking people and stuff, and they've been asked to please try to get a handle on their mental illness. I'm sure all people that use drugs, by the way, have a whole procedure that they do and set up for themselves. And then it's almost like when you're going to go clubbing. Some people might do this. I'm not a drug user, but like I would say that Barbara Hutton and I would make sure we have cigarettes if we were going on a cruise or something because we knew that we were going to be drinking. Get it? Like that's probably a similar type of thing. Like you go, all right, well, we're going to do this and we're going to set this up, and you have all your procedures you do before you pretend that have a need to block people on the internet because you become addicted to it like a drug. We tried share. Okay. Okay, here's people dancing. Let's see. Oh, they're doing lip syncing and dancing. It looks like someone's children. It might be the parents and the two children. Funny. It's being blocked by the subscribe button. Is he using certain sneakers for that? Because I used to do the moonwalk because I was a huge Michael Jackson fan, and God probably explained it to me then how to do it when I was a teenager. But I think that he was saying he had like felt or something on the bottom of his shoes. I like this business. I don't know if I've ever tried to do this, like just that moving your feet around and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That is some cool business. But is he using certain types of? Because you can tell that the floor is super like shiny. So I don't know if it's waxed or something. Like, is he using certain sneakers? It doesn't mean that he's not doing anything else. It's just it's gonna be easier if you have smooth shoes. Huge Michael Jackson fan. Okay, let's see. I don't want to hear all that other stuff like I explained. It's in his wiki too. And I made the mistake of beginning to read some of it last night. And I was like, I knew I didn't want to be doing that. I just go, shh. Are they literally putting a dude that old in prison? 6 former MS cops to be sentenced for torturing 2 black men. Lawmakers reached deal to revoke government shutdown. Well, on October 1st, everybody was supposed to stop smoking. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is Green Day. Wake up now, go hit snooze. Okay. What's supposed to happen on October 24th? Is that when that song came out? Did he stop smoking? Was he smoking before? Because everyone's supposed to stop smoking on October 1st because of the lung issue. Okay, this might be interesting. It's just not a good time to be smoking anything because there's so much radioactive material. Right? It's just not a good time to be smoking. It's not like really a. Smoking is so you don't have to walk. It like helps control rage. So when a person is smoking, they're not walking around. It's like pretty indicative of my species. They smoke a lot of tobacco, right? And then when they're not smoking, then they've got to do all these activity things, or they would go mad. You go insane, right? This isn't even fully sort of quote unquote, I guess, as you're calling it, like a week, because I have to completely sort of ignore things in order to mentally cope. If you're wondering about my species, we would go completely insane just doing nothing but sitting around. Yeah, we go mad. So medication, tobacco, or we've got to be able to walk and stuff and have our foods. Just even dealing with all of this is all the noise, all the pollution, all the other species, how insane how scary and gross and insane the other species is to us. And then clearly, this is just beyond scary and insane. This is not someone's imagination, or you have anxiety. You've got what is it, social anxiety and all this business. I clearly don't have social anxiety. No, I just don't want anything to do with the other species. I've had it. It's not social anxiety. And then this, that's what I said. I would go mad. I would go absolutely mad. So I just wait for God to put an end to it when God's done doing whatever he's doing with it.
We're going to learn about reading people, something our next guest is an expert. So Abby Mumporus is a former Secret Service agent, protected presidents, and also worked as an interrogator for the agency's elite polygraph unit.
Her book is called Becoming Bulletproof. Protect yourself, read people, influence situations, and live fearlessly. Abby, good morning.
Good morning. That sounds good.
So you're going to teach us how to read people, and you say the most important thing is to stop talking and listen.
Well, first we have to get a baseline, right? I need to know who I have in front of me because everybody's different. So when we do less talking and we do more of this, you can actually get a sense of who somebody is. So the other thing you can do if you have somebody, let's say, that doesn't like to talk, TED, T-E-D. Tell me about that. Explain this to me. Describe what you're thinking. And then you let them go and they will tell you a story.
It's like talking to children. You can't ask them yes or no questions.
Correct.
So when you're trying to read someone, is it because you don't believe them, or why would you read someone?
It's for everything. One
Okay,
is,
so the only thing about something like this is it's gonna make my jailers It's going to make the people that are keeping me hostage sicker. But I mean, I don't know if there's really a way to prevent that because of the rapid depersonalizations. Okay, and trying to be different characters and stuff and justify what they're doing. What you just go, I don't think they're able to answer questions, not they're trying to get a read on me. Okay. So we definitely don't want to there's not really a way out of it. I know you just go, everybody that's in being a hostage and is in an internet prison goes, oh my fucking God. Just at watching this. Okay, so are they masterminds of the FBI now? Why would I need to be under investigation by the FBI? It's like when Jen was going to do body language, but the topic itself, I actually don't mind talking about. I've done it myself. So I don't want to seem mean or contradictory. I'm just stating my point of view in the current situation where you go, oh God, this is going to make them sicker. Because I feel that they were kind of already, that was one of the things they were making up they were doing. Like they thought I was going to write a book basically for them about what happens when you put a person in complete isolation. These people are that mentally ill. I mean, right. This is how I write. So it's sometimes when it seems like God is telling me something, it sounds sort of like far-fetched or there's no way someone's that insane. But then God keeps presenting to me evidence, and then other people in real life that have like issues where if they had the ability to do something like this, they would. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely like it's plausible that God is the person telling me that. Okay, just honestly, because this has been going on so long, it's clearly every week it might change what they tell themselves they're doing. Out of boredom and stuff, with the precept being that they're so insane that they absolutely refuse to stop doing it. Okay. Clearly, some of what they're doing is this is why it gets really gross. Why would it matter that I had a boyfriend? Like, why did you outlaw Florida alimony? Why was I literally attacked by you people by typing, which is verbally? Why were you verbally attacking me when you saw that I was with an adult man? Why was that going on? Because you're trying to write a book about what happens to someone when you completely isolate them. Or you've become sick like John Robert Balto. And you're dangerous to me when you fly into regions like that. Okay. And then what it does, because it actually typed this, that's one of the excuses it's using. They're the people that are dangerous to me, but then they will go, people might say bad things, right? Like it's a shifting, constant excuse for a profound insanity. That is definitely proven from last summer. Just I explained the whole thing. I was allowed into another person's Facebook page, which has never happened before in 14 years. Okay. And then I've also not had a boyfriend all that time, too. So you go, you go, what would have happened if I had a boyfriend the first year I was up there? What would have happened? Would an excuse be made about he's got to go to a detox or he's got to go to jail? Like my communications being shut off in 2013 or 14. there weren't people trying to communicate with me and maybe set up a meeting with me. That's not why that was done. During that time, was there a whole bunch of people that were allowed to interact with me and see me online, even though I was banned and didn't know it? And were they using that material to make up stories and make up police events and all this business? And then that became smaller and smaller and smaller as a group of people got more ill and more ill and more ill and more controlling and isolating of me. Because I mean, it can't really lack sense, especially because of the way that I look and my whole ad program and stuff. It can't really make sense that people weren't trying to contact me to go out with me. That's the first thing. That can't make sense. Contact me to provide to me some sort of help in some way. Like people that run churches weren't doing that, and they never got a response from me. Okay. I'm sure those people, all of this time, have been greatly concerned. People that are not in Massachusetts, I'm sure they've been greatly concerned about what is going on here. Was anybody ever like going into my Facebook, and if someone tried to chat with me, telling them I wasn't good on Facebook, that I don't talk to anybody online, it fuels insane people's behavior. It's almighty. So don't get, yeah, because I get about it too, but it's like God explaining something. Okay. Whoever these people are, they appear to be sort of dangerous. And so they've been completely contained and corralled with this obsession with me. Okay. And then, right, you go, it's got to be just God explaining to them about not being able to stay in these physical bodies on earth because of what they're doing with me. So the other thing I explained about saying my phone number a million times, it's been what, a week or two now? Okay. They decided, because they used to do this with Facebook, even though they were supposed to be shadow banning me, I guess it's called, they were supposed to shadow ban me, which means they literally removed me from the internet but didn't tell me, so that they could keep getting stories and stuff from me. It's that sickening. Okay. So that way also they could do whacked out shit to me and show it all over the media. And like, I just seem like a fucking insane person everywhere I go because people don't know what the fuck's going on with me. Okay. But what happened is they got like addicted to it, and they started doing it to so many people. And it was probably people asking about me. Where is Mary though? Like, what are you doing? Because they don't understand how fucking sick they are. It's like they forgot it was all over a TV for 2 or 3 years. Like, seriously, they got that brain sick. Because they said Mar-a-Lago, they didn't say Mary Lagore. And they actually believe they can keep doing that. They didn't say James Ernest, they said Josh Ernest. Get it? Okay. So then it's like a disconnect, I believe, from the people that are actually reporting this shit and the people that are monitoring me. Right. Filters at first so that they can edit even what people can see that I'm posting. And then it becomes, she clearly can't see anything that we're saying to her. Like people that knew me before, say Alicia was on there going, there's no possible way that she would be ignoring me. Like they've literally done something. I don't know how to explain what they've done, but they've literally done something with filters that there's comments, and then it appears that there's comments, but she's not even saying anything to any of these comments or talking to any of us. Some of them probably posted their addresses, their phone. Over time, you become more concerned. Like I put an email address, I did my social security number. They were probably putting their address, their phone number, call us, come here, just like I was doing because it's almighty. So anyway, they used after a while, they'd start putting a prompt up going, no one can see this but you. Like I believe God was forcing them to do it, but it's like when she took the clock and waited, like, I don't know, I don't even know because I didn't notice it was gone. And then all of a sudden she goes, do you want that clock back? Because she came up in a room and took a clock off the wall and I didn't know. So it was like a way for me to understand what God was telling me these people were doing, how sick they were getting. It's just like her. No one can see it but you. Like they couldn't even keep hiding what they were doing because they're getting sicker and sicker. Their brains are dying. So, and then by 2020, I explained it because that's when I first started live streaming. It's some of the stuff they were doing too. They knew that I and others didn't have a phone. So we couldn't even use Instagram. So as soon as we got phones, they probably fucked up Instagram completely. So if people were wondering what happened there, that's why, because their Holocaust victims got a phone. People gave us a phone. Then they actually disconnected those phones when they realized that people gave us phones. Okay, so it's a profound insanity, obviously, that's kept them distracted. Okay, it's kept them distracted and they were tricked into extincting themselves. So, if you're the other species, you have to have faith in God and read the Holy Bible and about things about the Passover. Okay, so uh, there's a place for everybody in terms of God. It's just, it's not going to be in this physical body on earth. Okay, but in order to get them to do what they're doing, they're in a delusion. It's not something I did to them, right? If the transition plan had been followed, you would have had a chance of survival. But um, they got the devil in their head to make sure that wasn't going to happen because of all this. Right. So I wouldn't have known that in 2011. I wouldn't have known that in 2013 when you were given a transition plan to follow to save your lives. Right. So it wasn't meant to be. But if you're people that are like, we're trying to do it, and then you go, I don't understand what we're doing. This is what people choose to do when they think they can. So it's not going to be possible. That's not living in harmony. So, whatever it is you guys transition into, you'll live in harmony wherever it is you are, and you won't have any of these problems again. Right? This is just sort of like a temporary state for you guys. Okay, so, like I said before, I would say for the most part, most of them probably were Buddhists or they believed in reincarnation, and that's how God got them to do what they're doing. And then that may cycle into realizing they're still got to do it for the sake of their species. Okay, because right there's no way that the population can do what is required. Okay, and then the brain plagues. So, um, I don't believe that they're trying to protect me, but they may tell themselves that when they're in a character. When all of those comments that were left to me and this business with this cat fat and stuff, those are not people trying to protect me. Okay, so but when you keep trying to depersonalize, you make up things. Okay, and it's part of the binder. They don't have a choice but to keep depersonalizing into thinking that they're characters and stuff because they're psychopaths and they're dangerous. So they will do that. It's just sort of something that you have to accept. And God repeatedly explains it to me in the same course of events. That's why it seems repetitive. It's like you have to be reminded about why they're doing that. Okay, so that's why. Yeah. Once you sort of, hopefully, God's able to, people are able to hear what he's saying. Because once you understand that, you go, okay, I don't like it, but I guess, it's a temporary thing. And in order to contain them, they've got to be doing that. Okay. 5:04 already.
Yes, is it detecting deception? Of course, we want to know what people are thinking, and especially if they're lying to us. The other thing is going to help you have better relationships, build rapport, understand what's going on with the other person, because we always want to see things from our lens. But when you can connect with people, they reveal themselves to you. You creating space for people to show you what's going on.
So what about body language? How important is body language when you're trying to read someone?
Okay, so body language is key. So if we're looking at somebody, let's say we're talking to someone and they're fidgeting a lot, you have to ask yourself, well, why are they doing that? Are they nervous? Are they uncomfortable? Grooming is I'm playing with my hair, man, I'm playing with my beard, or even like ironing out my clothes with my hands. Illustrators, which I love. I'm Greek, I can't help it. I talk like this.
I do too.
But if I'm lying, you might see me do this. Because I'm so overwhelmed with trying to lie and talk at the same time, my body kind of shuts down. And then eye movement. So this is tricky. People may
Don't tell Jen this.
if they're lying to you. You don't like to look at people and lie. However, some people are very good
She
at
told
it.
me she was studying body language, and then it was like, yeah, it was clear that I don't know if that's part of her underlying or it's part of the brain disease combined with it. Oh, yeah, she started thinking that people doing stuff was like a secret message as a group. Right. So she was making her effort to explain to me what was going on in her mind, which is definitely helpful.
That's why you learn people's baseline. Okay?
Those are good tips. I like deer in the headlights. What is it?
Oh, deer in the headlights. You ask me a question, and let's say I'm in shock or not sure. They call it sanpaku, the three whites of the eyes. You'll see the three whites, almost the eyes pop out. And so, again, when someone does that, why they just do that when I ask them that question?
And what about the exasperation?
This is the, oh God. So if you're asking somebody a question, maybe you're doing really good journalism and asking somebody a question they don't want to answer, you may see them do this. I need some help. I need divine intervention. And then shock and deer in headlights, kind of the same thing. It's just that autonomic nervous system kicking in. We're caught in either a lie or we're really stressed out. And again, you always have to say, why did that just happen?
You maintain there's no one way to spot a liar, but there are some verbal cues that might help you. What are those?
Okay, yes, because we're all so different. Everybody's going to do different things. But spotting a lie, changing verb tenses. So if I say to you, what did you do last night? You would say, I went to the store, right? But if you're making the lie up as you're talking, you could switch verb tenses and go into the present and say, I go to the store. Because you're creating the lie in that moment. So you go from past to present. Insulting your intelligence, my favorite. That's a stupid question. I can't believe you just asked me that. Why did you do this? This is somebody trying to shut you down by making you feel stupid. So you have to be aware of that. Answering a question with a question.
Oh, yeah.
Me? Where did I go last night?
Oh, yeah, definitely answering a question with a question. And like pausing when it's not a complicated question. Like say that it's not what did you do last night, but what you think about something. But like, yeah, I explained it with her. what you give the entire scenario. It shouldn't take a person a long time to answer it. It was, if someone was found to be having a mental illness, like they're mentally ill, mentally incompetent, like brain disease, should they stop working? She literally paused and then asked me another question. I don't remember what she said, what the question was, and you go, oh my fucking God. That's when you realize how sick people are. So that means that she doesn't think that. Or she's so paranoid she thought I was talking about her. She doesn't even work. It can't possibly be a question about you because you don't even work.
There you go. That's their stalling tactic as they're trying to figure out what do I say to dad. And then speaking of the third person, Evie would never do that. Evie's an honest person. Evie is this. So I'm putting distance between present Evie and that Evie all the way over
Some
there.
people speak like that on purpose. Yeah. After 13 years of this bullshit, you will get that from me from time to time.
So if you can spot a lie, can you also spot a truth?
Yes, actually, it's easier to spot truth. And the science actually proves this. So how to know somebody's telling you the truth? First, spontaneous corrections. If I'm telling you a story, and as I'm telling you that story, I correct myself. You know, when I was driving, I saw mom, and then I talked to dad. Oh, no, wait, I talked to dad, and then mom. That's a spontaneous correction. That's truthful. Also, quotations. Do you know what he said to me? He said, quote, I'm going to do this to you, end quote. That's a truthful indicator when people put things in quotes.
Okay.
And complications. If I'm telling you a story, you know, this morning I got in the Uber, I was coming in, my heel broke as I was going down the stairs. If I'm introducing a complication like that really kind of doesn't make sense, it's probably truthful because I'm telling you a story. And then feelings, my favorite, especially.
I feel like, unfortunately, because so much time has gone by, some things I try not to go over that much anymore, but I was doing that in the beginning because it gets complicated, and it's almost like I can foresee that a person gets confused and goes, I thought you just said. And it's like I feel like I have to clarify what I'm talking about, especially when it has to do with Florida before I came up here and shit. Right. And now because it's been so long, it's like, yeah, it is. I can sense that something seemed contradictory because, like, say people keep forgetting that I came up here in February of 2011 and I went back to Florida in April of 2011. It took me that long because of dealing with him. He literally was saying I couldn't go back to my own fucking home with my children. Okay? Just that insane. So then in November of 2011, I was flown up here on a one-way ticket. I never intended to come back here again after I went back to Florida in April. Okay, in case people forgot. I don't know if people keep telling a story that isn't even true, and then people around them realize they're mentally ill over enough time. Right? Because you go, didn't she fly up here though? I mean, didn't DCF come to her house? I don't think she came here of her own will. Right. Anybody that keeps telling people that I just abandoned the children, like Michelle was saying, she's mentally ill. Like, she's literally mentally ill, and she forgot the course of events. And maybe Candy actually told her that. After that, I don't know what the conversations were after that because it was so outrageous. Right. She forgot the course of events, and she's clearly psychopathically deranged. Like a brain disease, and she's a psychopath because DCF came to my house. I was forced out of my fucking house. I was flown up here. Not I just came up here. That was February. And then within 2 weeks of coming up here, I was trying to go back to Florida, and a person was telling me and screaming at a phone at Barbara Kent that I couldn't go back there with children present. With 6 minors present, listening to him screaming into a phone that I'm never coming back to Florida. Right. So when people make up shit over time, other people begin to realize those people are mentally ill. When you're telling something that isn't true, your story, as they call it, tends to change. Where the truth never changes. It's just the truth is a set of facts that don't even really have to be defended or disproved. The truth is just a set of facts. When people are telling a bunch of lies or they're mentally ill and they present warped falsehoods to people on a regular basis, it changes. It's very rare that a person makes up an entire bunch of shit and then remembers for 14 years what that shit is. So I'm sure by now anybody that had anything to do with that, if they were asked, they wouldn't be able to tell you that. They most definitely would not be able to tell you that. Including if she was in a psychosis and she was mentally ill, why wasn't she ever brought to a fucking hospital? And how many times was an ambulance called on Scott? Get it? Okay, so why was not even ever an attempt made to bring a woman to a psychiatric hospital if she was in a psychosis? Or you even thought she was? Also, the fact that I didn't have health insurance for 5 fucking years, and people all over a television explaining it's $100 a month for Obamacare. Is she supposed to be seeing a doctor for her medical condition and not just hauled up in a room in a house? Did someone contact this dude asking him for money as he's emailing her threatening the children's lives? Did you offer her any type of housing? Did she just take off from the shelter again, or have you contacted her about a voucher? So, up until, what was that, August? Up until at least August, I was still viewable online. Okay, so have you offered her any type of a voucher? Because you have her telephone number. Like, when is the last time you yourselves contacted her about housing? Like, was she ever removed off of the housing list that you keep telling people year after year after year after year that these people are on? You were asked repeatedly if they had to be in your shelter to get housing from you, and you said no. Okay, so in terms of your cancers, I would hope there wouldn't be a question as to why is that's happening. So I guess when you know that you're getting cancer, you don't really have any care. Then it becomes, why does anything matter about anything? Okay, got you. So that's, God isn't dumb, and you're being put down. Someone has butt leg already? Okay. Well, are you able to still walk? If you're having pain while you're walking, you may have to take a day off. Okay. If you can still walk without pain, you're going to have to keep doing it for the next 2 days. We did this in 2022. Believe me, you don't know what butt leg is. That was like broke butt mountain in 2022, and we kept walking. It goes away. Yeah, it can feel like if you're not in pain when you're walking, then you've got to keep doing it for 2 more days, and then next week it's 4 days. Okay. I don't know, we did it for a couple of weeks because I had to get my liver down. It really wasn't about my butt. Okay, so right in November of 2020, I had a big liver, a big cyst in my liver. I could feel it. Yeah, that hasn't happened since 2014. That was in 2020. So I had to go up that thing. That's when I first started. God led me up that way because it's more strenuous than the Dedham Walk. The Dedham Walk wasn't going to cut it at that point. Okay, so probably another time they shut the food cart off. I'm pretty sure they did. Right? No, that was during the time when they couldn't, but then in January they shut it off. Okay. So in November, they were already trying to evict us, that dude. Okay. That's when I started going. That's when they realized she wasn't going to kick me out anymore. The second that she couldn't kick me out anymore, that's when they forced us out of the house. They wouldn't have cared if rats were crawling all over us, by the way. That's not why they did it. Yeah, they literally wouldn't have cared if there was videos of a room full of fucking rats. It's because she wouldn't kick me out every time they shut that fucking food cart off. Some people do pay attention, by the way. And then I can remind you the course of events in case you didn't know why it took that long for all of that to happen. It's because Candy was gone and she tried to kick me out that month, and he said you don't have to leave. And as soon as that happened, they forced us the fuck out of that house to force me out to Quincy again. Yeah, they're profoundly deranged. That's the only reason they took that woman's house, was to force me out to Quincy again, like a fucking dominance, just like the face masks. Okay, so it seems like now that it's been 2 years, that ever since they took the house, they're not going to be able to do anything else. Right? So last year they went 8 months with the SNAP food card off, was it? And then I just called them, which means I still wouldn't have had to go out there. But then she was acting up, and I had been here a whole year, but they kept trying to shut everything off in a fucking internet prison. Like I explained. So after a while, I went, I'm just going to go live in a fucking shelter the rest of my life. And then after last year, nope. I'll never go back to Quincy again after last year. I explained it a million times. I have no intent to go to a shelter until this person dies. Okay, as much as I don't like this, right? I understand the nature of you people's profound fucking insanity. That's part of the reason I won't do it. But there's shelters in Boston. You will never fucking see me in Quincy again. I expect that city to be cleared of fucking bodies. Because they're clearly getting nuked just like Plymouth. So I'm not going to be lured back into a city to give those people a false sense of fucking security. All they do is abuse me. It's the same thing over and over again. You can't even use me as a boron shield because you're so fucking sick now. Right, you go, you should have just put me in a room immediately and then I'd be a fucking boron shield in your own heads. Right, I don't go out there and interact with the deranged and then make funny stories about it for people's entertainment. No. So, they could not even resist the fucking bullshit to do all that shit they did. In 2021, it was COVID fucking money that they never gave me. I don't think they pulled the shit about housing. They told us all to sign up on a fucking list again. And that's what they told everybody in the city, and everybody pretends like they believe that's ever going to happen. It's a whole big, like, co-fucking conspiracy of them, they, insanity, which is social distancing, but they don't know that because their psyche is psychopathic. And so last year, it was vouchers again. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to tell people they're getting vouchers. Okay. Look like I have a fucking voucher? I mean, I was straight out told I was getting a fucking voucher, and then someone went on fucking maternity leave. Oh, yeah, that's all that chick does. Ever since she started working there, she does that shit. She's fucking deranged. Okay. Then it's nobody knows who your fucking caseworker is, just like at the hotel. It's the same thing over and over again. Like, that's a fucking game they do. that they don't tire of, like they're playing fucking Pachisi as their brains are being melted in their fucking skull and they die. Those people clearly have no way to fight off cancer. I don't know if you've seen what they look like. They're all morbidly obese. I don't know if they have swollen livers or what the fuck is going on with them, but they all look like they're about to fucking have a massive coronary and die. Right? You got that Dave guy. He's got the huge fucking bloated belly. Daniela, she's got a huge fucking bloated belly. That Luquette thing, her whole fucking body is huge and bloated. They're just... They are not giving out housing to fucking anyone. So, anyways, Buttleg visits Rhode Island's Washington Bridge. Oh, is that where you guys are walking there? Is it an incline? You have Buttleg and you're not even on an incline? Oh, is that why it's closed? So people can walk on it?
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is visiting Rhode Island today to tour the troubled Washington Bridge in Providence. Buttigieg is meeting with state leaders to discuss plans to tear the bridge down and rebuild it. The bridge abruptly shut down in December after
that would be great.
Found structural issues.
It's not just about the physical road. We saw what's going on with the beam. We saw what's going on with the need to stabilize the structure, the unique cantilever structure that led to the situation in the first place. But what this is really about is not the concrete and steel. It's about everybody who counts on it.
Well, the new bridge
We might have to blow it up.
$300 million and likely won't be completed until 2026.
It's just a personal funny thing to me. I'm not saying they mean it like that, but because of these people protesting over there. Because if that bridge was gone, none of this traffic would be here. I explained it. None of it. There's a house there, a house there. That's it. I'm not kidding you. This business, there's really, that I know about, people going in and out of it, but I don't know. Some people might go, no, there's actually a lot of people that go in and out of there, but they come from the other side. So you don't know that. That's possible. If they surveyed the traffic and went, okay, she just doesn't realize how many people are going in and out of this building complex in a given day, because it's not going to eliminate traffic like she thinks. Would they drive that fast, though? I don't know if they drive that fast if they were coming down this road to just go there and go back again. Yeah, how many of them just drive right by in either direction and don't pull in there? They just, I don't know if you can see, they must see it. They're up there, so they're beginning to slow down by the time they even reach you guys. Because they must know by now there's a stop sign at the other end of that bridge and they still drive that fast. That's what I'm telling you. After that stop sign, they must completely gun it. They're already driving 1,000,000 miles an hour by the time they come around to turn. They can't even see where they're going and they're gunning their fucking engines after that stop sign. It's crazy, right? This is like dangerous. That's why I said put a huge friggin' speed bump right in front of the fucking house. After about the fourth, they'll be forced to slow down. But without that bridge there, I mean, that's not residential anyway. That's a business. They don't have another entrance like over there. There's not another entrance behind the building. That's not like their back entrance. There's not like a main entrance over there or something somewhere. Right, because that entrance went away too, and that's the only way they can get it in and out. Then they wouldn't drive by here, and you basically have 2 friggin' houses. Everybody else stops before you get to this house. If you're confused again, everybody else stops before here because they don't live in this house, that house, or that house. These people would be screwed because they work at Stop and Shop. I know you can't block off your essential workers. I don't know if they're interested in taking that train. But yeah, like if they're confused about, doesn't that block us from the train? No, it doesn't block you from the train. Right? There would just be like a path to go down somewhere. There'd have to be a path some way to get to the train station. It's just about stopping cars. Like, say they close the bridge like they did on River Street, you can still cross that bridge, you know. Yeah, they don't actually have to blow up a bridge. They did it in Dedham, where Condon Park is, because I don't know if it was a similar situation or they're actually redoing that bridge. I've never seen traffic there. There used to be traffic on that street when I first started walking around Dedham in 2014. At night, I wouldn't know because I'm here now and I don't walk at night anymore. That is true. There might be a shit ton of traffic there at the nighttime. And it's probably people trying to cut through Dedham. So that might be part of the reason they did it. They knew that these people were using Dedham as a cut through. They don't even live there. Because whatever that comes off of, if you just go right through there past CVS, it goes into Walpole and shit that way. Yeah, what is that called? Germantown and stuff in there? That's why. Yeah, so they probably were trying to deter those people to go a different way. They probably wanted them to at least, is there another street further down or something? Yeah, they didn't want them going through there because it's way too much traffic. And at least dispersed it. Say that they still go and wrap around it, somehow dispersed it from that one rip. Anyways, there used to be a bunch of traffic at nighttime. It was like crazy. Apparently they did it to a bridge in Washington too. So, you know where else they could do it is that bridge that was built in 1976, the one over by Myrtle Street. Yeah, because of East Street. Right, because of East Street. I explained Dedham before. There's a lot of bridges in Dedham. Like I explained this before. It's a town that could have shut everything off. It could have shut their drivers off and made themselves a safe zone, but they would not stop keeping me a hostage here. So it's not meant to be. So if the people in Dedham were wondering, I explained the whole thing to you folks years and years ago about how Dedham is surrounded by bridges. Okay, but you weren't allowed to do it. Okay, you just weren't allowed to do it because this isn't Dedham, but you had me in Dedham from 2011 till 2021, August of 2021. That's a long time to not. And Dedham is the town that didn't even respond to me. 2016, 2017 housing. You wouldn't even reply to me. And I'm supposed to get priority housing. I lost all of my children because of you people. You did it purposely. You just purposely decided because of whatever your things are, probably envy, that I wasn't going to have housing. I wasn't going to have children. I'm not going to have housing. I'm not going to have an income. It's God's way of explaining to you, you can't stay in this bodily form. This is where I live. This is my home, planet Earth. I exist in this physical form. Okay? You can't stay in this physical form because of what you have done to me. I hope that's beginning to make sense to people in their acceptance for the Passover and what's going to happen in your heaven. Okay, you should have a natural sort of rejection to just rebirthing here for all eternity. That's what I've noticed with most people of your species that are not like wickedly whacked out and irrational like that. You reject what I explained to you about myself because that's not what you're going to be doing. Okay. And then those people didn't think that all of this should happen to me. You people do. So you're like the worst of the worst of your species as far as I'm concerned. It's like this. You help whores that are abusive to children keep custody of their children. That is exactly what you do. And then you punish an actual fucking mother who's done nothing. So yeah, that's pretty bad. You've contributed to the entire society here going down the fucking tubes, as they call it. I was raising my children in the proper manner to be sane, productive, as you call it, fucking adults here. And what you've done is definitely not forgivable. Okay, so anyway, that's all sealed and delivered. I mean, after that, what happened at the court in Dedham? Fucking over, man. Just whoa. Never gonna be sorry. Gonna keep acting like you don't know who the fuck I am. How was this woman kept a hostage in a house in your fucking town for a decade? At least. That was, yeah, no, that was a decade. That's right. From 2011 to 2021. It was a decade and some months. Over and out. So that's why you could never shut down your town and make it a safe zone where obviously you still have heating oil, but you wouldn't have all that driving. So people purposely drive through here to make sure that you people die. In case you didn't know that. I mean, that's Dedham right there, and I guess, is that Dedham over there? So that could be why they don't want to shut the bridge. It's kind of like a joke, but there's a whole bunch of Dedham where even your cops were driving around in Dedham. Your cops, your firefighters. Remember that? That was like 2020, wasn't it? Just everybody was doing it. And just burning mad heating oil because you go, people are, I don't know, man. You better hope those people working for Dedham Housing actually live in the town of Dedham. Someone knows where those people live, and I'm sure people were driving there too. There was people up in Vermont that got all pissed off thinking they could shut off Vermont, and people purposely went there driving. There had people selling their houses and doing nothing but paying for people to drive. Remember the dude gave everybody free gas? That's why. Just, that's all they can do when they're under attack. What else would you expect them to do? You call the police. You can't call the police about driving and heating oil. Right? Like you guys thought you came up with a way to attack me and other US citizens like a civil war when you can't really stop them from burning fuel and killing you. So bad plan. Yeah. Like, I guess you thought it seemed insane. Of course they'll have to do this. Of course, what are they going to kill themselves? I guess that depends on their point of view. Maybe they have more faith in God than you do. Because it's in the Holy Bible about the flies. That's why I don't make a judgment about it. Yeah, I mean, obviously at the beginning, it's my job for my species to remind them about living here. And you're not really supposed to be doing that. Obviously, I'm conflicted because I want the other species gone. Right. That's why that part of it is actually funny to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, like it's like this too. Now it's not 2011 anymore, and you guys were told to stop breeding. Okay, so I would never purposely harm your children, but your children don't even seem cute to me. I don't look at them. Right. And I know, as Lester says, I know what they are because you don't house me. And like the way that you are doing this to me, you're going to raise a bunch of monsters, right? Those are nothing but monsters. So I understand not being able to stop breathing. God went over that with me because it's just, you don't Exodus 20. So until God sickens you, it's this for you. Not this. I would assume you don't agree with this going on with me, right? But yet some of you do, right? Right. When you work for housing and you work for Social Security and you work for the DTA office and you work for a shelter and you have anything to do with outlawing Florida alimony, you're any of the lawyers that came into Father Bill's place, you work for Assurance Wireless, you clearly agree with it. It would be nice in your agreement you didn't remain anonymous. That would be nice for you, your co-workers, everybody that's ever been friends with you, your family. I mean, clearly your family knows, but sometimes once people aren't anonymous, your family can sort of get some support from other people. So I think the big reveal, which is not really shocking or news to me, about outlawing Florida alimony, I'd say that that's a big, right. And then people tried to make the YouTube videos like they typically do, and nobody on the news would report it. Why are you not reporting that? It's not dick smell, dick don't smell? Okay. That could be why the dude quit. Right. It could be why the dude quit. Right. Just not having anything to do with this. Like, he does do stuff from Florida, but just, isn't this about my wife working at the thing with Al Gore? I don't understand what's going on. Now I look like I'm the fucking wacko in an internet prison. He's either a wacko in an internet prison or that's what he's saying. It's got to be one or two things. Seriously, yeah, just like, why was I even asked to do this? It can be taken as a big risk assessment, but that doesn't mean that the people doing it are sane. Just like anything else. Okay, we get it. You don't house her. Can you give her fucking housing now? Okay, we get it. Whatever the fuck with, I don't know what this is. She can't get alimony or Social Security or a DTA disability. It's like 2018 all over again. Deny everything, remove me from the champ system. Like he threw me in a dungeon and threw away the key. Okay, I guess I'm in the dungeon without a key. I do. It's just like, God, whatever the fuck you're doing here. But there's already a reaction in the fake internet. See how it's, I just go to YouTube, right? And that's YouTube suggestions to me. A show I don't watch, so it's not something I've been clicking on. I don't watch Hoda and Jenna. Is that what it is, or it's the Today Show? No, it's Hoda and Jenna. I don't watch that show. So you're suggesting to me having twins, and that's all they do. I'm not fucking kidding you. They were probably doing this shit to my fucking children before they murdered them. I wish the suffering I had from losing a mother, because I used to see the shit too. That's the shit they would throw in my children's fucking faces before they murdered them. I just know from the shit they're doing to me. Right? You just go, what? Yeah, this. You would have to know who they are, and you'd have to have a firearm in some way to quietly blow their heads off. I don't know their names, but they're clearly in the military. Because you go, who the fuck else could be doing this? They have to brag about it by blocking anybody trying to fucking call me or text me. They're all powerful. They probably don't even live on this land piece. That's what I told you. Just dickless fucking wonders that are like higher ups in the military. When you're not on this land piece, you don't give a fuck, right? The cops and shit live here. Their fucking children are subject to this bullshit. We're all being fucking nuked by these people, right? So anyway, this is clearly not a cop story, right? We were going to talk about twins because we're going to mention children that you took from Mary Gladys and murdered. Okay. And then we don't know if that's a debate for them, or they're in a fucking rage because they can't walk up a hill. I didn't even do any ab shots today. That was a couple days ago. But that's all it takes. And then it's just a fucking fury. Just like rolling around in a fucking thing going, aren't we on a lockdown? Sticking your finger in my fucking mayonnaise. Right. That's a really good example. Hillary Swank has twins, stick your finger in my fucking mayonnaise. Same thing. I know, you go, oh my fucking God. Yeah, exactly. Oh my fucking God. So it's difficult for them to stay on point because their dementia is so bad. And it's just their overwhelming hatred and fixation and envy of mine is the death of their entire species. Right. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. It's like a typical "we will rock you," I guess, type of mass extinction. Yeah, they get trapped by trying to capture me like a favorite female. Like the male becomes so obsessed with me that it won't pay any attention to anything. It won't protect its clan or anything, and their whole clan group is killed to get rid of them. Or it's like a female child that won't stop attacking me, and her males are forced to kill her because she's psychotic and I'm the choice female. So it's one of those two. It's either, if it depends, if it doesn't even have to be a male or a female. It's whatever that thing thinks in its psyche it is. Its perceptions of itself and the perceptions of me. That is the total truth. They're not people. Okay, so that one that did that could be probably a male. The one that was leaving the gross comments calling itself cat fat is definitely supposed to be a female. Right? Whether or not it believes it's a female or looks anything like a female, that's why I say that's probably grotesque looking, but it's supposed to be a female. And that's why it's leaving perversion like that. It's like a desperation. Back in the day when it used to talk to people in real life, it would probably say cunty things. Okay. And then because that seems in its head, that seems too obvious. So then it goes to perversion. Right. It's just something in its life that it realized if it just said something mean and flipped out, it doesn't want to do that. So it does something perverted. And because it has dementia, that makes sense to it. When it's the same thing, it's a psychopath and a desperation that's being contained. And that's all it can do. Like it seemed more effective to do that than to just go, I don't know, what else would it say to a fucking midsection like that? That's why. That's all it can do is do that. And then for some reason, that seems not like a female cunt doing that to it. I think the business where it's the ones that constantly bring up the children that it took and murdered, I would say those are males. Or they're supposed to be. That's what they do in nature. Right. And then you steal the offspring, you murder them, and then you try to get the female to engage in the sex acts with you. So these beings think screaming back and forth is like a sex act. That's an engagement. Right. Clearly, these beings have been mentally insane their entire lives, but they don't go to doctors. They go to college and study political science and stuff. Or they go into the military. Obviously, it would become pretty difficult to have friends when you're sick like that. So that's all some people have been. That's all some people can do in their lives is debate with people and attack people and right. You go on television, you give a speech, you do a debate on a television. Probably in college, they were on the debating team, shit like that. And then it just gets meaner and more like pointed with the dementia. So, could use the toilet and skip over that story, obviously. Right. It's just, I know you go. I don't want, God said not to overthink dementia. Right. I already went through the thing about some people get that illness where they tell themselves that they're doing psychotherapy, where they will keep bringing up things that they think are painful about your past until you stop reacting because they're addicted to people screaming in emotional torment. It's called being sadistically insane. So if some of these beings were ever doing that, they've progressed past that because their brain is dying. God's killing them. So I'm thinking they might not be doing that anymore because their brain loss has progressed, or it's a different group of people, and that person, a group of people died already. They're already gone. Depersonalized psychopaths. Put this on there. Figure out what fruit I'm gonna have when I do. Yesterday, it worked out good because I did sorted out my fruit when I made my salad, so I had it bedside, so I would eat the fruit before I went to bed. I know it's already 4:15. I thought I was starting out the day early. It's not unusual for them to do one of these emotional attacks on me after my walk. You know, I've been through it before with people in real life. That's why I said your lives are a misery. So why you want to keep going, I don't know, other than just biological need. Unless you're already past what she used to do. She's gonna stay alive because she pays the rent here. So I'm pretty sure you don't pay anybody's rent. I'm sure you've probably already reached kill me. She's been doing that for years.
a big impact. I know I can always turn to Walmart, whether it's for the
Other people a butt leg, right? Were you doing the jog walks, the butt leg people? Yeah, maybe your stride is not correct. Because if you were doing the jog walks and you didn't have butt leg, why would you have butt leg from 2 days of the walking? It might have something to do with your, or you got yourself a pinched nerve, right? Like, yeah. You might want to try some of those piriformis stretches, but unless you're just talking about hamstrings and you're not talking about being sore. This is not going to give you hamstrings, by the way. You have to do that walk to get hamstrings. I don't know anything about jogging and hamstrings, right? But in terms of walking, I've become sort of an expert on walking here. After a decade on top of walking my whole life, probably by a year and a half, that I could testify to. That some of the business with the hamstrings is because these people are making their butts too big. So you can't even see hamstrings when you have them. You're not understanding what a hamstring is. Right? Like, it's almost like they focus on each muscle in a leg separately and not the leg as a whole. That's like a bodybuilder. That's not a person who's trying to look good, I guess. Right? It's not balanced. Yeah, when you have a big butt, you never look like you have a hamstring. I've looked at all these things on YouTube for years now. I used to Google it up, and then the people who are trying to tell you how to get hamstrings don't even have good hamstrings. Because there's like, what do they call it? They're fitness models. Like the one from last night that was talking about, was it jump squats? You can tell that these people are walking or sprinting or something because of their inner thighs. That's why I was laughing about it. I'm like, this is the new normal. Be careful with those jump squats. Don't let these people fool you. Right? Like, I think from time to time is a challenge. You do a couple of them, but did you see the quads of the people that are doing them? Most of the time, I think it's dudes doing it, and their quads are like pretty defined. So if that's what you want as a female, because it's not like a really that much of a natural activity. It's like, if it's something that you really like doing, then you probably like those types of quads. Right? Don't just start doing it for looks. It's supposed to be something where you go, what in the hell? Why is anyone doing this, probably? The other stuff, like the woman that's a runner or a sprinter, and she's telling you the exercises to get better at sprinting. Yeah. I find some of that stuff fun. The jump squats are fun too. But like, anything that's jumping like that, and then I found out that's a whole dance. What's it called? Hard jumping? It's some German thing, yeah. It's like the Irish dancing. Yeah, like it's people that are heavy on their feet. People that like to jump and slam the ground. Yeah, there's something different about ballet than other types of dance. They probably do. They probably do it like in their off time. I'm sure, but that's not what ballet is. But they probably do it for fun. If I had to guess, they probably do a lot of jumping and slamming the ground. I don't know, unless they didn't like tap. Probably why someone veers off into tap away from other types of dance, because they want to constantly mow into the ground, their feet. And go up and upstairs and stuff. Yeah, you gotta go up the steps. You can do those jumping jack things. I remember at one point, I think we were trying to put cans on our feet to tap dance. Yeah. But I had tap shoes when I was little because I took tap. But I haven't had tap shoes as an adult. Where would I tap anyway? That's all part of the atrocity. That's why people dance a jig at the cemetery. There's a reason why they do it. Right. There's a reason why the whole concept of dancing on someone's grave. Um, because it's a person who prevented you from fucking dancing your entire life. Because you're constantly being put on the second floor of somebody else's fucking house. And you're kicked out of a fucking hotel room after 3 weeks because you can jump around in it. Those people deserve to be in a fucking grave. Not I feel bad for them. This is probably not exactly intentional because there is a basement. But like one of the times I was down there, she knocked something over, but who knows if it was fun. I just ignored her. But I mean, clearly this is the 5th year of this. I used to be on basically the first floor because there's a basement in the other house. I could jump around. Those used to be fucking videos of me jumping in that little tiny room. It was something. I know you go, I had a fucking 4,100 square foot house. And then why am I in this fucking filthy room in this house? Feel bad for people with cancer? No. Are they in houses when they're dying from cancer, or they're in a shelter dying from cancer, like some people do? And no one gives a fuck about them. No one feels bad for them now, do they? Oh yeah, just some of the fucking shit, man. It just, you don't really want to turn into this because those things were probably like that before. That's why I don't watch a lot of it. I don't even want this. I don't think I could be turned into one of those things, but there's always the fear. Right? Like where these people weigh like fucking 1,500 pounds, they're covered in fucking pimples and shit, and then they go online, or they're forced to work like that Luquette thing, and then Jabba the Hutt sees your fucking license photo and drives by your fucking house in Claremont and looks up your fucking floor plan through the taxes and goes to fucking Facebook and shit and decides and sets out they're gonna destroy you and your fucking children's lives. So you go, God's killing you and you're not coming back here. Thank you. Next. Right, because they probably said that too, but just for no reason, but they're fucked up and filled with envy. Right, just these people deserve to die. Oh yeah. Why? Like that dude talking about the 92 riots in LA. Hey man, no brains. I know, like seriously. So then here we are in 2020 doing the same fucked up shit, but now I got a 12-year-old and she's 4 times as fucked up. And now people get it. They were like, those white people having a barbecue in their yard were like laughing at us. Oh my fucking God, you're insane. Someone had sex with you and you made a person? That's when people question God. The fuck is that about? Oh, because you would have stolen a woman's fucking children and killed them and then impregnated her if someone didn't have a kid with you. Yeah, you would. Nothing but a fucking deranged animal. I saw your whole video, dude. I watched the whole fucking thing and listened to you. Nothing but a deranged animal. Now it's they're beeping at them. You just go, wait. Oh, that's right. They're beeping at them. Yeah, what's behind the stunning rise in alcohol-related deaths? Is that what they're trying to cling to now? Well, some people are reporting it, so we know, and then I don't know if they're like clinging to that. Oh, isn't this terrible? These people thought everything was going to be great, and they thought in 2011 they were all going to be free, and now they're all dying from alcohol. Let's see. Oh, what's that? Oh, more of my skin is fucking folded over, and I have a hernia rash. Nurse, a hernia rash cream. This just in, a third of the nation is now entered hospice care. Oh, look at this. Oh, and then they thought everything's going to be good, and everyone's in hospice care, and they're dying from alcohol. I swear to God, it's like one after the other after the other. This is because of this. This is this Hindu prince stuff from last night. That's what this is. Oh, I see. He's another one that looks like he could be a child of mine, by the way. But you just, the whole conversation, you just go, I don't need to be, what am I looking at here? I don't need to be, this is the second time too, because I want to watch the thing and it's like I fall asleep. So I've had to endure it twice. Jumping off pianos. What's this one? She probably forgot what it was like to dance, whatever she's been doing with her life. This super heavy woman's doing the dance with the other people. You're not going to stay heavy like that if you keep dancing. It's not possible. right? So that's what happens. People get depressed, and then there's not an opportunity in their life, and then they probably feel self-conscious and they don't want to do stuff even when they go places. Is walking difficult for them too? Like, do they feel self-conscious about walking? They got to get over that. Well, that's when you want to walk in the nighttime on sidewalks. Yeah, that's why we don't need dudes going, hey, what's up? Because clearly, especially females that are heavy like that, they clearly don't want dudes going, hey, what's up? It's not going to matter what you look like. It's part of dementia because the female apes don't walk. They're not allowed to. Like, they have to sit because they constantly have dudes sticking their penis in them. Okay, it's a disgusting, disgusting animal. So the lucky ones get humped by the big one, and then they do nothing but sit on their ass day and night. Get with it. Right? It's that disgusting. Just like everything was fine in D&D when I was in a house with a neutered male that they maybe thought was a dominant male gorilla because he's fat. And then as soon as I won a divorce, people thought it was a fucking free-for-all on attacking me. Your military, your fucking world leaders. I know, you just go, you people are fucking ill. I mean, do we all want to look at Fat Cat Fart's comments again while we wait for these people to exit hospice? Fucking Christ. Let's see what Jim Carrey says about Jesus.
It's the only way that we have to somehow accept, not deny, but feel our suffering and feel our losses. And then we make one of two decisions. We either decide to go through the game of resentment, which leads to vengeance, leads to self-harm, which leads to harm to others. Or we go through the gate of forgiveness, which leads to grace. And your being here is an indication that you've made that decision already. You've made the decision to walk through the gate of forgiveness, to grace, just as Christ did on the cross. He suffered terribly, and he was broken by it to the point of doubt and a feeling of absolute abandonment. It's all we felt. And then there was a decision. The decision was to look upon the people who were causing that suffering, the situation that was causing that suffering, with compassion and with forgiveness. That's what opens the gates of heaven. I wish that for all of you. I wish that for myself. I know that no matter what I've suffered, most of you have suffered worse than that. But that's why I admire you, because you're here. You know? And you will have grace. Because this decision has been made.
This is one of the dangers of not being me. Someone will tell him he isn't allowing it. Yeah, no one has to suffer. Right. But I understand someone who's probably had his fucking mind blown out over the past 16 years because you're trying to figure out how the fuck people are this insane. You become disassociated because A mind, that's what I'm saying. A mind is not really meant to have to live through this. So it would be worse. It would be worse. So he's not allowing it. That's why there's an extinction going on. So in order for you to not, quote unquote, feel bad for these things that are not people and to stop letting them hurt you, it doesn't mean you have to be mean to them. Just learn to separate yourself from them. Okay. Learn to separate yourself from them and stop feeling bad for them. Right. Just, you're not purposefully harming them. You don't really just seek them out to insult them, but they will eat you the fuck alive. They're in a downturn. Okay. Like, it's psychopathic insanity that's unbound. That I explained it. And it's also a brain plague. So it's like people that are psychopaths that are just, and they're realizing that their fucking brains are gone. So they have to be contained by God. So expect rapid depersonalization sometimes. And like I said, sometimes it's obnoxious. And that in itself can be mind blowing, but they have to be contained. And God can make people believe anything. Like, truly. Okay, like some of them sound wicked grandiose, trying to like reinvent themselves. Some of them get sort of, Candy was doing this, they get tricked into providing things for you because they think it's making you look bad or something. No, you can't care. Think about it. When people used to have mass starvation, yeah, like if you're sort of like, I can't stand that this person feels like they've won something over me, stop thinking like that. That's how you end up dead. Right? That's how you end up dead. I understand it. That's why you can't care. You have to understand the God sent illusion and God restraining them as they're being put down. Okay, like it takes a while for them to stop running around. Right. And they have to lose so much brain matter before God can actually get them to listen to what he's saying. Like, I spent a couple of days in an airport and then finally fucking sat down. Like, they can't even, that point of mental confusion, it's probably because they would hurt people. Right. They were told when they get mentally confused to stop what they're doing and ask God what's going on. Okay. So, yeah, just he's not allowing it. Yeah, nobody has to suffer, but yeah, I can understand someone trying to comprehend what the fuck, especially in Los Angeles. And I had a concern about the famous people that they might actually get abused more. Once you go, oh, okay, I see you're actually sort of not unawares. Okay. That's when it begins to really hit you. Okay, so because God's lifting that disassociation where you thought that they didn't know something and you thought everybody was doing this and everyone's giving away their stuff. And okay, and then that, like at first it hits you that they're not unawares. And then you go, oh God. And then it's right. I do sometimes still go, how the fuck are you allowing this to go on? And then it's the same answer. He's not. Oh, he's really not. Right. So it's a short period of time. It even says in the book that this is the worst it's ever been or ever will be. So he's not allowing it. So yeah, from what I've seen, like because they go into rages when when God is explaining stuff, and they also get scared at the cognitive loss. So it's a delicate balance of what God's doing with them, and they will continue to lose brain matter until they stop reacting like that, before they stop flipping out. So I don't know if some of them if that's related to getting that disorder where you think you're supposed to trigger me, right? Like, because you won't understand that God's talking to you. You just keep projecting everything out to other people. So I used to ask these people if they had eat anything or drank, and I used to tell them, I think God's telling you to get off the computer and not keep taking us off the computer. Right? Like, yeah, just I think God's maybe telling you guys to get off the computers and not keep trying to get us off of computers. Okay. And then if you guys eat and drank, that type of thing. So, yeah, I mean, I could see a brain that just won't sit and listen to what God is telling it. They're so psychopathic, yeah, that it could go into hit all my triggers or something. Okay. And I forget things, and okay, I think that's God talking to them for sure. Right, like, and because you won't stop doing that with Mary, you're gonna expect more brain loss. It is, I know, because you have to think, how does God explain that to a being that it flies into a rage at me? How's God gonna go? Because until you stop doing that with Mary, you're gonna have more brain loss. Yeah, I guess I'll do Good Morning America. What's today? Tuesday? Non-profit Puppies Behind Bars Transforms Lives. Should I say butt instead of dick? Okay. Butt smell, butt don't smell. Is that better? Some of those things, that's why I have a real difficulty with the domesticated dogs. Yeah, just I'd be one of those people where if I had a dog, I'd never want to take it to a dog park or anything, just like my dog's being violated. Yeah, because I'm sure a dog that grows up just a dog in a house with people isn't used to other dogs sniffing its ass. Just what is going on? Like, they don't do that. But it's like, they're like, okay, and then you let them do this. You do? Did some dog owners go, I would never allow that going on with my dog. That's gross. Maybe, yeah. I know they're just like, this is a dog behavior. That's why people don't go to dog parks right there. That's why people have one dog and they get fixed right away. I mean, I don't remember. Yeah. Now that I think about, I had 3 dogs. I don't remember them actually doing that. Yeah, I don't remember them doing that. So I'm kind of in a disagreement, especially a female dog. It will snip at dogs that come anywhere near her. Yeah, so I don't know. That was like, and then okay, and then they've got to smell each other. Brian Buchanan, you got to stop doing that. What are you on? I know, for real, like, say that was a friend, like how I was with Patrick. Clearly the conversations would have been completely different. I mean, I was forced to be like mean. I was forced to be one of those like street girlfriends. That's what I didn't like. It's like, this is fucking stupid, dude. You are not the cute boy at the library. No, I mean, it's just a complete misconception. You're not a drunk. No drunk is doing that. Just these benzo things and just people staring at into each other's eyes and shit. Like, you're in love with fucking crack cocaine. It's just disgusting. Anything could come over and go, how do I get some crack cocaine? And you're like, hey, even with your fucking woman sitting right next to you, you got to stop doing that. You got to stop coming around when I come out here. Please, please, for the love of all fucking Christ. Doug, go back to fucking Boston. Because you're clearly not the cute boy at the library. You've got to be that fucking Doug person that you said you were in Boston. And that's why you stopped using that fucking name. Oh my God. Now another one of these people has a fucking mental health issue. Oh God. They might have some mental health issues in the whole family, it seems like.
Don't take it allergic to Nurtec. Allergic reactions can occur even days after using. Most common side effects were nausea, indigestion.
Isn't she a little young for early onset? Was she vaccinated?
My cover story now. For the first time, Tallulah Willis revealing her autism diagnosis. The daughter of Demi Moore and Bruce Willis shared her recent diagnosis on social media, and many fans are thanking her for her courage. Ariel Russia is back with that story. Good morning to you again, Ariel.
Good morning to you, Robin.
So she gets to visit with him? That's good.
Years Tallulah has been open about her mental health and more recently how her father's frontotemporal dementia diagnosis has affected her. Now she's going public with her autism diagnosis at the age of 30 and receiving an outpouring of appreciation and support. This morning, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore's youngest daughter Tallulah revealing the autism diagnosis she received last summer that she says changed her life. The 30-year-old posting this 2004 red carpet video to her Instagram page Friday, showing her repeatedly rubbing her father's head and playing with his ear, along with the caption, "Tell me you're autistic without telling me you're autistic." Tallulah responding to a comment on the post saying it was the first time I've ever publicly shared my diagnosis. According to the CDC, an estimated 5.4 million adults in the U.S. have autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, a developmental disability caused by differences in the brain. People with ASD often struggle with social communication and interaction and have restricted or repetitive behaviors or interests. Autism is pervasive, so it's something that you would have your whole life. Even in the many cases of adult diagnoses with autism, symptoms had to be present early in development. Medical experts say Willis's behavior in that video is not a guaranteed illustration of an autism diagnosis, noting that children sometimes rub their parents' faces in repetitive ways. A comprehensive autism-focused evaluation is really important for anyone, for kids, but
Does she have mental retardation? Like, is autism just another term for mental retardation? Because people don't like that term. Okay. And it's not caused by mercury injections called vaccines. Well, that's why. If she wasn't vaccinated, then it's a question.
Especially in the case of adults, where their presentations may be more complex. Willis has been open about her health struggles with anorexia and borderline personality disorder. I spoke with Willis during the pandemic.
Okay, so she has anorexia, borderline personality disorder, and autism. Does she use any drugs? Does she use drugs or alcohol?
About her mental health journey as she launched a fashion line.
My work has come to be this really empowering element in my life. Previously, in my depression and in my anxiety and mental health, that I didn't have a vessel to really channel that into.
Such an important conversation, and experts
experts tell us the symptoms for children and adults on the spectrum are very similar, but may manifest differently given a person's development. And as you've heard, those symptoms can include avoiding eye contact, repetitive behavior, and challenges with communication or interaction.
Everyone's avoiding on eye contact with you things now? Okay, just to let you know. Everyone is doing that. Okay. Repetitive behavior, wasn't that usually OCD? She has borderline personality disorder? Okay. She's probably mentally retarded, and these people don't know anything about mental health. Right. Has she been taking any medication? Do they have her on Adderall because she has autism? Okay. Well, there's brain stuff going on, and clearly it's a genetic line, and they're exposed to the same stuff because they live in the same area. Okay, so well, obviously, if it's progressive, it's probably some sort of early onset brain illness since the father is like that. So it might be progressing quicker with her, and plus, obviously, the radiation, all of this business. At first, you go, is it a joke? Like, awe, she's in awe of something. Anorexia in itself can be cured, but if she had some sort of is she having like wicked running thoughts in her head or something? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if she's having some sort of like constant something going on in her head, an increasing sort of agitation and madness, that could make a person anorexic. I'm not a doctor, no. So, and plus, when you don't know things about a person, that's why when you ask questions and people aren't allowed to answer me, it helps fucking no one. I'm sure most people are pretty fucking pissed off about this, I'm sure. Manganese, Kakira tree, right? You just go, this is fucking crazy, man. Right? We're just waiting for it to stop. I don't think it's that. Don't overthink dementia, but maybe some of the other people. In terms of, when they're done making me do this and then pretending that they can hear God and they're doing shit, yeah. I doubt that's going on anymore, but there could have been some people that were wondering if that's what they thought they were doing. You just block me, and then like when you force me to sit and lay down for 2 months, and then you pretend you can walk. Right? Like, are we done yet? I mean, this is the 5th year at this level where we can't fucking communicate with the prophet, and then they're out there running around and they're this and that, they're that. Same thing with the recovery program. They're still claiming this is measles, huh?
$10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans.
It's not sepsis.
From National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could literally.
And now to the CDC's new alert about the rising number of measles cases here and abroad. Eva Pilgrim's here. What do you need to know to help keep your family safe? Good morning, Eva.
Good morning, Robin. The CDC urging vaccinations amid rising cases of measles here in the U.S. and around the world. And the agency now issuing a new health alert for medical professionals. Measles is highly contagious. One infected person can infect 9 out of 10 unvaccinated people. And so far this year, we've seen 58 cases across 17 states. That's equal to the total cases we saw last year. Now, most of those, 93%, were linked to international travel and involved unvaccinated kids over a year old. Many countries, including Austria, the Philippines, Romania, and the UK, are all seeing outbreaks. So what can you do? If you're going overseas, the CDC recommending any child over 6 months get a MMR vaccine before traveling. For everyone else, follow the standard vaccine schedule. Children get their first dose at about a year old, the second dose between 4 and 6 years old. Michael.
All right, thank you so much.
There'd probably be an X-rayed for 10 hours straight on an international flight. Nothing yet about this Michael Stratton's daughter. I'm assuming that she's going to die soon, based on the last video. That was a while ago. It was like a week ago.
This morning, new allegations in the case of Lori Richards, the Utah mother accused of killing her husband Eric by poisoning him with fentanyl and writing a children's book on Toilet Green. Investigators now claim Richards may have had help from her mother, Lisa Darden. Darden spoke about the case late last year and claimed Eric may have accidentally overdosed on his own.
I believe Eric may have gotten eight pills and didn't realize that they had fentanyl in it. If he knew Corey, she would never ever do this. Not only to Eric, but to those boys.
Newly unsealed documents reveal Lisa Darden was living with a woman back in 2006 who also died suddenly from an overdose. Investigators now say, based on Lisa Darden's proximity to her partner's suspicious overdose death, it is possible she was involved in planning and orchestrating Eric's death. Corey Richards' attorney responded, saying the fact that Ms. Darden's significant other was one of the millions that suffer from and ultimately succumb to opioid addiction is hardly suspicious. It is tragic and unfortunately quite common. But the similarities may go beyond overdoses. Investigators say Darden benefited from her partner's life insurance policy, just like Richards allegedly tried to do, but investigators say she changed Eric's life insurance policy months before his death. Richards has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Her attorney also defending Richards' mother, saying the fact that Ms. Darden was the beneficiary of her romantic partner's life insurance policy is also not unique. It demonstrates that her circumstances are no different than most families in America. Richards is due in court today in a separate case accused of assaulting her sister-in-law. As for Richards' mother, she has not been charged with any crime.
Hi.
Might be a fake case. I'm gonna have to make a decision soon if I'm gonna take a nap or not, just like I did yesterday. I ended up not taking one. Oh, it's 5:30. Goes by fast. Even when I'm walking that early. I know, I go, oh my God, I'm gonna have to walk again in like 5 hours. Not exactly. No, I'm gonna have to walk in what, 12 something hours. I guess it's still far away, but it goes by fast when you're sleeping. Next thing I know, I'll wake up going, here I go, day 3.
department store chain Ames might be making a comeback.
So, according to an announcement on its website, the company says that it's going to plan to open about 3 dozen brick and mortar locations starting in the summer of 2026. The company isn't giving out details of exactly where those stores will be located. All of the stores will have an Ames Cafe. Some locations may also include pharmacies. The new Ames website will allow for online ordering and home delivery.
The chain, by the way, closed all of its stores back in 2002. A similar reopening announcement was made a couple of years ago, and obviously that fell through. So we've been trying to verify the information, which at this moment we're unable to verify. But let me just tell you personally, growing up, our son loved Ames.
Which one did you go to?
In believe it or not, St. Johnsbury, Vermont, which is where
That's your in-laws.
his grandfather,
Oh,
right?
yes.
His grandfather would take him there all the time. It was just Ames is perfect for kids.
It sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar. Probably shut the live stream off soon. How long has it been? 5 hours? That would make sense because I got back here just after noon time. Quincy Emmy is on again. Let me see what's on the movies first. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, and She's All That, if you feel like they're like right after each other. The School of Panic Room. I just remembered that. Doing the Kate Hudson. I've never seen this. It's called The Score. I don't know. I might take a nap today, so I'm probably going to shut this off. And unless I go to Twitter, start typing. Panic Room's on after, but this is like, it's not on for like another 2 hours. Sometimes I prefer to watch stuff and then type. Like be talking, watching it and talking.